Aussie. 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 Angry. Aussie. Angry.
Alright, it's Friday night, party night. Ready to go right off. Maybe I should get things started with a cocktail, I think. What was I doing first? A Don Pone. Cognac. Creme de cacao. Ginger liqueur. Okay, gotta get a few things from the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Hey, honey, how you doing? Just gonna get myself ready. Sports bill action. Well, I'm gonna make a cocktail. Take me, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes while we wait for people to show up. Okay. Let's get these things ready. Bring this toy pod orange. Ready for where we go. Who's that? Hoodsy. Greetings and libations. Look, libations, my friend. Yeah, never watched this before. Usually a slightly slow start to the evening, so I take advantage of that by making a cocktail or making a video for my cocktail channel. And hello, Hannah. Lovely to see you. You're providing an update on the duck threat report, because we all know the chances of being killed by a duck are low, but never zero. Right, that's there. Let's get the GoPro ready. Do. Never met a man who made me feel all right. Now, I should look this one up, the background. Hello, Hannah. Oh, yes, the deluge. You've been getting the deluge? Ducks have retreated. God's on our side, brothers. Yes, you need to crochet a duck. Definitely. I need to look this up to get some background on the Don Pone. Okay, what do we have under the Don Pone? Ginger. Okay, I can actually get some ginger. Wait, where does it come from? Pascal Pone from Switzerland. Okay. You know what? I want to go. No. Gone for 6 seconds. I'm going to go get a piece of ginger for a garnish, just because I can, really. That ginger was more difficult to find than expect. Hey, Loogie, and Strictly Sega, hello, hello. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna get shit together. Spear some ginger for a garnish. That's ready. Gonna do this. Let me see. Sit that there. Yes, I can. Okay, move that here for now. Along with this. Okay. Oof. Okay, time to get stuff started. Well, fuck off. Oh. Alright, sorry, just trying to bring stuff up on my phone. Alright. So, page drum. Well, do the Eldorado again. Ah, no. Thought I was doing crazy talk there. I want the Don Pone, which is cognac. That was a weird mental lapse. Oh, just a little bit of brandy. Okay, what come to care? Ginger liqueur. Machina. And what come to care? Oh, disappearing into the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get this party started. Let's do this. Yes, little GoPro. How are we? Are we feeling this? Slow mode? Yep. Good to go mode. What are the amounts? 45 mils. Last of the cognac. All right. Let us go then, you and I. White cryptic cacao. And ginger liqueur. Finally, just around a bar spoon. Okay. Now we put some ice baby. Right. And there's a counter on there. And do it for 20 seconds. Well. Ooh, that's tasting pretty darn good. Right. Drain this. Okay. That's the GoPro part done. Let's put that down. And I'll take a thumbnail photo. That will do. Okay. Oops. Problem again. Come on, you bastard. All right. Let's turn that on. Flip this on. All right, let's get this happening. That's probably right. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is essentially. Oh, I'll try that again. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is essentially a cognac-based old-fashioned using some liqueurs as the sweetener rather than sugar syrup. And it's got a slightly unusual name, partly named after the bartender who invented it. This is called the Don Pone. And as you might be able to tell by the ginger garnish, there's a little ginger element in here as well. But let's give this a taste. Ooh. Oh, that's a nice light alternative to a standard old-fashioned. If you're looking for something like this is something you should look at. Let me take you through the ingredients. As I said, cognac-based, so I'm going to use, as I said, cognac-based, and I've used the last of this bottle of cognac to go in there. You could use whatever brandy you like. I possibly sacrilege to the French. I don't think cognac is by definition better than other brandies. If you have a brandy you like, use that. There are 3 different liqueurs in this. One is a ginger liqueur, and I'm actually using this one from a local maker. It's a little bit tricky. This is actually honey, lemon, and ginger. It's like a cold remedy, all in one, but I'm using this in there. There's also some white creme de cacao, which is going to give us some nice chocolatey notes. Technically, you could use brown creme de cacao, but the drink won't look as nice. White creme de cacao is usually chosen to make a drink look nicer, and that is what we're looking for in this case. Finally, there's some maraschino liqueur in here, but just a small amount, like less than a bar spoon, 3 to 5 mils, or you could even just do a maraschino rinse on the glass if you liked. I decided to actually add some in, but that's up to you which way you go. Let's bring this all together and make us a Dom Pone. In a mixing glass, we put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of cognac or the brandy of your choice, then half an ounce or 15 mils of white creme de cacao. Follow that with half an ounce or 15 mils of ginger liqueur, and finally, less than a bar spoon, 3 to 5 mils of maraschino liqueur. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. And then you could serve this up, but I'm straining this into a rocks glass after a big chunk of sexy clear ice. And for a garnish, I'm using a few pieces of ginger on a skewer. Like I said, you could serve this up, but I never miss a chance to use my sexy clear ice because it just looks good. And honestly, visual's at least part of the enjoyment of a cocktail. The other part, obviously, is taste. I love it. You do want to use the brandy you like. This is really nice, smooth, a little bit sweet, so you have to like your drinks a bit sweet. And also that garnish of some ginger gives a nice extra waft of ginger when you take a sip. So that's a nice touch as well. And as I said, sexy clear ice. If you've never heard me say it before, there'll be a link at the end of this, probably right now as I'm speaking, showing you the best and easiest way to make clear ice in home with no special equipment and not taking up a bunch of your freezer space. It's awesome. Makes a great drink. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you come back soon. Until I do see you again, I'll say cheers. Alrighty, let's sit down and talk to the people. I'm talking to the people, but first I'm switching stuff off. All right, get the spoot of the way. Push this off so we've got more friendly mood lighting. And I'll sit down. Freedom units, yes. Roughly 30 mils to a fluid ounce. So Lugie's doing mead. Oof. I hope it works for you. Cliptic, hello, thank you. You got to see the sausage being made, as the saying goes. Man, what's with my light tonight? Who knew that was wrong? Bit more light. There we go. Almost first try. See, that's why we pre-record videos, so we can do multiple takes. Hannah, put your laptop down, came back to a frozen stream. You did pause. Oh, no. Well, we're all back now. And I'm enjoying a Don Pone. It is very sweet. I mean, it's nice. It's definitely nice. Doesn't taste particularly alcoholic to me. It mostly tastes sweet. But that's probably just because of the amount of alcohol I drink. I think normal people might go, oh no, that's pretty alcoholic. Oh God, I have done that. Continued a conversation, not realizing the phone had cut out. Yep, that's a whole thing. Then you got to call the person back and go, how far did it get? What was the last thing you heard me say? Feeling like a total goose. But, you know, That's just the way things go sometimes. And we soldier on. Ooh, I might, because I want to get maximum use out of this clear ice, because it takes me a couple days to make. Because I've already selected another thing to make a short one this time. Gonna make it Kentucky River. Whiskey, creme de cacao again. Peach bitters. Okay, I don't have peach bitters. I might use cranberry. Or orange. Got to decide if I'm going to use cranberry or orange bitters. What are we doing on the Discord? There we go. So, and worse when you realize it's happening because the person calls you back and it rings in your ear. Oh, God, yes. So, today's movie score, 1 good, 1 shit. The good one, time after time, about H.G. Wells chasing Jack the Ripper with a time machine. That's old, isn't it? Like 80s or 90s? I've never watched it, but that sounds extremely familiar. Yeah, I can just about picture the poster in my head to see who was in it as well. But yeah, I think if H.G. Wells had an actual time machine, he'd just be chasing different women through history to have sex with them because he was a goddamn sex fiend. He used to have orgies. Hannah, Cologne chat the other day, company does fragrances at Feeling Place. It's one inspired by photos. Need a cocktail. Ooh, a cocktail series based on the same way. That's something we can brainstorm tonight. I am loving the sound of that. Ooh, I am really loving the sound of that. We got to think of some iconic photos. So the shit one was Red Right Hand with Orlando Bloom. That's quite recent, isn't it? Like the last year. Run-of-the-mill Texas drug movie. They force Orlando Bloom to work with a gang run by Andy McDowell. Ticks every cliche. Every single cliche. Hey, Safa, you've been busy. I hope it good busy. Mike TV vlog. Hello. How you doing? You're a TV person. We were just talking movies, Mike. We often talk popular entertainment. You're new on here. Well, welcome to you, Mike. We were just hanging out. So who was in the H.G. Wells one? Because I really feel like I remember that. So Hannah, no idea why your brain went, what cocktail tastes like a rainy day? What cocktail tastes like a busy cafe on a Sunday morning? What cocktail tastes like classic Windows XP background? These are all friggin' interesting concept. You and a Heine been watching the thingy. I was playing Red Dead on the stream the other night. I don't have a PS5. I have a PS4. I'm not that heavy a gamer. You know, Grand Theft Auto 6 will probably make me buy a PS5, but that's probably not for a year or so. Malcolm McDowell, H.G. Wells, 1978. That is actually older than I thought it was. The cocktail based off a giant redwood forest in the northwest, smoky flavor with a hint of pine and thyme. See, this is the sort of poetic idea we want. David Werner. Oh, yes. He was in lots of stuff. Yes. And I think he got made a villain a lot. Mary Steenburgen was the love interest. She must have been very young at that point too. Mike, can you give you add on PlayStation? I literally I think I probably registered as Angry Aussie on PlayStation, but I have legit not done any, and I definitely don't do PlayStation online. I don't play online games, but I haven't even played on the PlayStation for years. I don't know. Mrs. Angry is actually the main gamer in the house, quite honestly. No, I haven't seen Pat yet, Safa. Remember being from one of the early Rick and Morty seasons of the assassin bug where they go, oh boy, here I go murdering again. That's what I imagine Pat saying before he goes out on a job. Oh, that was a pretty good start to the night. Light, sweet. So the H.G. Wells one's really cute, directed by the creator of The Wrath of Khan. Leaned into the fish out of water theme. Oh, what's a car? What's a phone? Look at TV. Okay, that does sound like a fair bit of fun. Yeah, Pat may just be out hiding bodies. That could be it. Mike. Oh no, Mike. It's I don't mind you asking. I'm just telling you I literally don't use it. You can look it up. I think ages ago I may have registered Angry Aussie as a username on there, but like I said, the fact that I don't think I've played on PlayStation for over a year, so that's just the way it is. I don't mind you asking at all. All right, I'm going to make this second video short one. This is a short one. Where did I leave my phone? I'll leave it over there. All right, fine. I'll get ready again. Do quick get ready stuff. What do I think of Red Rooster? Pretty ordinary, Safa. Probably a long time since I've had it. I can't really answer even. This around here. I like just going to charcoal chicken places, getting a whole roast chicken and chips. Actually, don't Red Rooster do that? I seem to remember. I seem to remember they had really artificial nuggety things, but they did actually whole roast chickens. Anyway, okay. Don Pone is done. Kentucky River. Okay. All right, well, fuck it. I'll actually use bourbon. Kentucky? Kentucky. Creme de cacao. These go back. I'm going to look at all the bitters I have to see what maybe suits this bit. Disappearing into the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Don't worry, I didn't go anywhere. I'm still here. Okay. What bitters do we have? Cranberry. Chocolate. Rose. Barrel aged. Umami. Lime. Negroni. Oh. What's this? Ryeberry. Strawberry. You know what? I'm going to do ryeberry. Now we got ryeberry. That there. Ooh, I might do an orange twist for a garnish. This cocktail is called the Kentucky River. So we're going to use a Kentucky whiskey in it. So, honky tonk woman. What's the proof on this? 45, 90 proof. Okay. Let's turn that on. Turn this on. All right. Let's do this. You know what? I'm going to put some orange in there too. Where's my orange bitters? All right. And that is that. All right, let's put this lid back on. And even a little bit of fresh ice as well. That's pretty good. And let's get this happening. All right. Now this third. So, the term is sympathetic vibrations. Whole thing is wobbling here. Ooh. Oh. Oh, whoops. I forgot what I was doing. That's okay. Let's put that in there. No big drama. All right. That's our Kentucky River. Let's turn this around. Oh. Bounce that up there. Switch on the audio recorder. Switch on the video recorder. That looks about right to me. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is called a Kentucky River. It's essentially an old-fashioned with Kentucky bourbon, and it's sweetened with white creme de cacao rather than sugar syrup. Let's taste it. I love experimenting with different sweeteners in old fashions. This one's come out really well. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, we put 2 ounces or 60 mils of whiskey, ideally Kentucky bourbon, then half an ounce or 15 mils of white creme de cacao, then 3 dashes of peach bitters. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. And I'm straining that into a rocks glass or a big chunk of clear ice. For garnish, I'm going with a simple citrus twist. You should really try experimenting with sweeteners in your old fashions. This one, the Kentucky River, has come out really well. Give it a go. Cheers. God, I feel like I was just rambling there, but that's okay. I'm done now. I'm going to sit down and probably not make any more videos tonight. But who friggin' knows, man? Who friggin' knows? Definitely making more cocktails tonight. Just not necessarily any videos. It's plane going over. Because I'm not that far from Moorabbin Airport. I think I'm going to put a cherry in this too, because I'm a fancy boy. All right, settling doon. Ooh, what were you coming up with an idea there, Loogie? Oh, you're talking about making with a smoky whiskey, yeah. So this is the forest one we were talking about, yeah, Loogie? Giant redwoods. So yeah, a really strong flavored whiskey, I think. Something smoky, definitely. A dash of gin. I actually have a few things that could bring that sort of leafy flavor in there. A bit of bourbon for spice. Or rye, actually. You get a little bit extra spiciness in rye whiskies compared to bourbons. So maybe a smoky whiskey and a rye whiskey. A split between the two. Thanks for the tips, Arthur, but guess who? Oh, God, it's there. Trust me. I got super organized tonight. It's already here. Big thing I had to do was get Mrs. Angry to apply the ointment to my eczema so I don't have to worry about it later. Get my nightly dose. It's already clearing up, which is good. Oh, yes, and the smoke. I have the smoker. Yes. Now, that's the real woodsy element. Smoke. And no, I don't think I did get anything from Dan's this week. I got too many bottles. Ever seemed like Dave left a bunch of bottles last week. Dang. Oh, just going to put another bit of orange in my drink. Oh, what the fuck? Slipped. Ugh, honestly. Whatever. Get a cherry too. Tell you what, I was tempted a couple of times this week by sales, but I was strong-willed and didn't do it. Yes, Dave the Bottle Man, my friend Dave Blumenstein, who was here last week with the bottles from the 1970s. I've got an entire extra jar. I'm always prepared, Safa. There's, I don't know, probably less than 10 cherries still in there. But I have a whole extra jar out there. So, yeah, it's weird. I'm just so obsessed with, like, look at that sale. Look at that bargain. It's like, dude, you don't fucking need any more bottles, for fuck's sake. But again, just slightly obsessive with the collecting. Oh, yes. 70s booze definitely belongs in that porn house. Absolutely. When you're right, Hannah. Oh, man, that's fucking nice. It's really light. Oh, yeah, loogie. Because it's, and here's the previous jar, like with more cherry syrup. Maybe next Friday night, I'm going to make a couple of videos on, hey, how can you use the cherry syrup when you finish your jar of cherries and there's still syrup? And so I'm going to make at least 2 or 3 cocktails that use cherry syrup. So if I get very funny ones on Dan sometimes, because I'm a Dan member, and they send you a thing like, here's your offers. And it's something that's already on sale. And they don't tell you it's already on sale. But then they go, oh, members, and it's 5 cents cheaper. I'm just like, you don't need to make something 5 cents cheaper, okay? It's doesn't make a difference. But you know, don't rag on them too hard, because some of the member specials are like 20 or 30 bucks off. I like those ones. Often dictates what I get. Like, hell yeah, specials at Dan's. Actually, I just finished that cognac. Should I get more cognac? I have other brandies. And I kind of think brandy is brandy. Don't have many. I'm looking. I don't have many brandies. Wait, do I have any brandies in here? Sorry, I'm just checking. This is my spiced brandy I'm making. So let's go into the mysterious cupboard of mystery. What does Dex have? Whiskey, big bottle of brandy, Christmas brandy. Whiskey, rum, agave, brandy. You know what? Bring this brandy bottle out. Exo brandy. Yeah, fuck the cognac. I'll just use this. This will be my go-to brandy for a while. Ugh. Put that down there with the other brandies. Ooh, almost tripped over that light stick. Don't want to do that. Honey, your favorites, everyday reward boost, total freebies. You want a free mini wheel of cheese? Free roller glad wrap? Nice. Yep, that is me doing my own thing, Safa. So, but now I'm obsessed with am I logged in on my Dan Murphy's account on this one? See if they can convince me with any offers. Spirits is all I am interested in. And let's do that by highest price, because I actually don't want the cheapest things. Makes me sound like a wanker, but I don't. Ooh, there you go. Cognac's for $300. I don't want that. Cognac's for $200. Don't want that either. Hell, Don Julio tequila was 160, now 108. If I didn't have a bunch of tequila, I might try that because that's a pretty fucking big markdown. 50 odd bucks. Dang. Oh God. What is this? Kiss rum, as in Detroit Rock City. Oh wow. That's a whole thing. Kiss branded rum. Loogie, time to check Mead's progress. Yes. Check on the Mead. Oh yeah, I'm definitely whiskey. All right. And $120 for Kiss. I bet it's shit too. No way would I get that. Make it half price. Oh, and the Don Julio Reposado is what, $30 off. So what was the other one? That was the Añejo. That was $50 off. I just have some very big bottles of tequila, and I don't drink that much tequila. I don't. Oh, it's one of my favorite rums, Diplomatico, $20 off. I mean, that's tempting. See if they can convince me of anything. Show me more. Show me more booze, Dans. Actually, I probably should show you what I'm looking at. Hello, Dr. Abigail. Wait, are there new episodes of Disco available? I didn't know that. No, I have not. Oh, okay. Star Trek trivia. Mrs. Angry's out there watching Deep Space Nine, and they had a transporter accident where chronoton particles got involved. They were beaming down to Earth, but they beamed down to Earth in the horrible primitive year 2024. I shit you not. They just beamed down into an Earth collapsing into fascism and civil war, and it was 2024. Where are we? Should show you what I'm looking at. Oh, and I think that would excite you, Dr. Abigail. Anna's crocheting a duck. Hennessy cognac. What's that? About $17 off. Hennessy's overrated. They trade on their name. Is that a rum? Compañero Ron. Añejo. Or is it tequila? Wait, what the fuck? What is this? It's rum, 54%. Was $100, now $80. I mean, like, honestly, I have lots of rums though, so I don't need rum. Being strong. Ooh, they have an orange flavored one too. Fancy that. No, this Compañero runs all over the place. Gran Reserva. Oh, there you go. Potato vodka. I don't think I've ever had potato vodka. I always wanted to try it because it's supposed to be different to grain vodka. Ooh, Crystal Head. If I didn't already have 2 decanters, look at that. Down from 100 to 85. 4 pillars. Really just looking to see if they had any brandy at a good price. It's just a whole thing. What's that? Pinot Noir gin. Strawberry gin. Mexican rum. Would be interested in trying Mexican rum, actually. 15-year-old Mexican rum. Honey, whiskey, oh, lime burners. I've actually got some of that. I think I paid less than that for it. That's the cognac no, that's just the VS. I think I had the VSOP. No, the bottle's just here. Okay, it was the VSOP. I must have got that on special. Cointreau. Modded Hennessy, $20 off. Oh God, we had Kiss rum, and then there's Motorhead vodka. Good Lord. Ginger rum. Goodness, $69. Nice. All right, I think I'm just about done looking at these things. They haven't tempted me. I love that. It's called distilled gin, as opposed to gin that's not distilled. Toulouse VSOP cognac. Fernet Branca. No, okay, I'm going to stop giving Dan's a free ad now. I bet you've crocheted many ducks. So, Luigi, as much as you love Star Trek, seen every episode apart from Picard. Can't look at Disco after that. It's not for everyone. You have a history of messing up patterns, so yours might be less of a duck and more of a duck. Nice. I liked your llama. Ooh, you've turned out great amigurumi projects. Okay. I made some chicken burritos, basically. Cooked up some onion, mushroom, and marinated chicken, and made some guacamole to go with it, and it was fucking yum. I got leftovers. I'm maybe going to have a chicken burrito for breakfast. Breakfast burrito. You could have a breakfast martini too. That's a drink. A breakfast martini is a thing. It's not just me being an alcoholic. I would not have a breakfast martini for breakfast. Envious of crocheters that can do great amigurumi. But that's the thing. Practice. Practice, yes. And Dr. Abigail agrees. Practice. God, I feel like I had a Red Rooster Ripper 20 years ago. Maybe the last time I had one. Tuna cakes. Nice. The llama was meant to have legs went under him, stand up on his own. The legs go on 45-degree angle face plants. Oh, I loved it. I thought it was really nice. Little Cuzco. A greatly underrated Disney movie. The Emperor's New Groove. Yes. Don't do anything sudden around a llama. You don't want to alarm a llama. Hello. I was going to say, trying to work out your name while I was saying hello, and it's actually Hello Governor. Hello, Governor. My personal favorite cocktail is the old-fashioned. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Internet history is a llama. There's a llama, duck. If you're reaching for the source as soon as you wake up, might have a... Yes. Yeah, that's very disturbing when there's a drink called a breakfast martini. Regularly, you threw me off my groove when people were trying to interrupt you at work. Not cool, man. He catapulted the guy out the window for throwing me off his groove, didn't he? That was, oh my God, that song was such a classic of early internet. No, Hello Governor is a British slang. Safa. Oh, honestly, it's a meal if you're drinking it with your egg Benny. What's the thing people always have in the morning? Like the ones that are just like bubbly and fruit juice. And they give them fancy names, but it's just bubbly and fruit juice. Because I never have them. I can't fucking remember their names. Damn it. The one they always do at brunch is bubbly and orange juice. Mimosas. That's what I was trying to think of. People have mimosas with brunch. Yes. Robux Fizz. Yes, that's one. There's another one too. That's just a different fruit juice. When it was doing the rounds. Yes, in Flash. And what was it, like Newgrounds was the big one? Hey, Pat, how are you doing? Right. I think I'm just going to make another old fashioned, actually. Oh, shoes from early YouTube. Those shoes suck. Ugh. Yeah, sorry. I have a pathological dislike of vodka. Yes, I know Screwdriver is vodka and orange juice. And Harvey Wallbanger is vodka, orange juice, and Galliano. Yes, you knew he'd be here eventually, Safa. Cat, I'm a kitty cat. Dance, dance, dance. Oh, God, all those weird early internet songs. My God. Hello, Governor. Drinking problem starts on Thursday, ends when you have soul-crushing realization. Go to work on Monday. I mean, you're probably not alone, but I'm going to sound very conservative here. I don't think you should blank out your whole weekend. Oh, God, I was about to bring up Chocolate Rain, actually. Chocolate Rain. And he did that weird thing because he was worried about when he's breathing between lines, the microphone would pick it up. So he'll do a line and then he turns away like that just to take a breath for the next line. I did meet him once. He's in a video where I'm at a YouTube event. Badger. I did a very bad take of that, inspired by Pokemon Go, where I just replaced all the names of the animals with Pokemon. It was very bad. Hello, Kyle. How are you, my friend? And Luke, you don't mind vodka? Vodka is just an alcohol delivery system, basically. Mind you, I've got a vanilla vodka over there, and it's like literally when I got it, it had a vanilla bean pod in it. Yeah, vodka's whole thing is you theoretically don't taste it when you mix it with something. So it's just to get you drunk. And it's not like I'm particularly averse to that. Ooh, steaming spuds. Oh, you're having mash with your tuna thingy. Damn. Going all out. Nice. You know what? I'm just, I had an inspiration because I was looking at my fancy Star Wars whiskeys last night. Whew. Okay, I'm already a little bit drunk. So, I might calm down after this. Starward Musket Barrel whiskey, aged in fortified wine barrel. So pick up a lot of that. Right. So I'm going to put some little bit of sugar syrup. In you go, buddy boy. A little bit of you. Not gonna need much. Put this back. Some of the special whiskey. 60 mils of special whiskey. We shall come around here. Well, actually, do a slightly different bitters. Whiskey bitters from the gospel. Just to mix things up. Hello, Celtic. How are you doing? Oh, see, okay, now I understand. The tuna cakes are built around mash. Okay. I'm on your wavelength now. Hello, Governor. Your go-tos: beer, sake, and whiskey. I do not drink beer at all. Got a little bottle of sake in there I haven't done anything with. Lots of whiskey. Top shelf's all whiskey. And there's probably another, I don't know, maybe as many as another dozen whiskey bottles in the cupboard because they wouldn't fit on the shelf. Celtic, everyone's fine. Thank you, my man. Ooh, a 40th birthday that ends at 6 p.m. Very dignified. My favorite whiskey is an Australian whiskey from the Starwood distillery called Nova. It's a simple 40% ABV single malt. It's just really tasty. This is a special one from Starwood. Actually, what's the ABV on this? I don't even know. Musket barrel. It's a lovely orangey brown. 48%. Yeah. Now we're getting up there. 96 proof. All right. Tasty, tasty. I haven't had any of this for a while. Oh my god. That's so fucking yum. That is really good. Man. I have to drink more of my things. Have I ever had any Asian alcohols? Yes. Soju, sake, and a few other ones. White Russians aren't really my thing. I have this anti-vodka thing. Not always that big on cream either. But I mean, I'd follow the structure of a White Russian, but use a different spirit, like any other spirit, really. White Mexican, use tequila. More flavor, more character. Ooh. Also, I'm not that big on coffee. That's another reason I don't do White Russians. I don't like coffee flavors. Man, okay. I'm going to have to drink. Oh god, I didn't bring anything non-alcoholic in here. Okay, I'm going to have to drink something non-alcoholic after this. Matron. Say that. I made a whole bunch of eggnog. There's cream in that. Coconut cream. Yeah, I need to go out and get something non-alcoholic. Water or something. Actually, I think I've got a lemon lime and bitters out there. Might get that. Don't know why I didn't bring it in with me, but yes, no, 3 cocktails. I need to slow down. So I can stay functional to some degree anyway. Stay functional for certain values of functional. Right, I was just thinking, I've still got this ginger because I don't really like ginger. So Mrs. Angry likes ginger, a little bag of it. I just stole some for a garnish purely for visuals. I think I will put that in the glass at the end of the night where I let the water melt and the orange peel that Mrs. Angry puts in a hot chocolate in the morning. And I add a little bit of ginger in it. There are definitely circumstances where I want cream near my mouth. In my mouth, all those things. I had a few drinks last Friday. That was, oh man, it's like I had 2 really big martinis, which probably meant 4 martinis. That was probably my big mistake. I reckon that's what got me. Woof. Oh, neat, Hannah. Macchioli. From where does one get Macchioli? I'm unfamiliar with that. I haven't heard that one. But yeah, it's interesting you get unique spirits and liqueurs all around the world. Celtic, Mrs. Angry does drink coffee. She has not all that often, but she does drink it. She has a lot of tea. A dozen different flavors of tea. Luke, you reckon that sounds Greek? I mean, maybe. What do I know from that part? It's like ouzo. That's Greek, isn't it? And just vaguely thinking of Reiki. Is that Greek? I think there's versions of Reiki that go all the way from Greece, all the way like around to Lebanon, and even like down to Egypt. And it just changes a little bit country to country. Ah, Hannah, so that's Korean. Find it in some dans. Fermented rice wine, fizzy, and traditionally drunk out of copper bowls, and you can get flavor. Well, that sounds nice. Yes. I'm not sure they make a spirit out of souvlaki, Safa, but souvlaki is in fact Greek. I think, what have I had? I've had Korean soju. But yeah, you get a few interesting Asian beverages at the various things. Okay, so the pronunciation is like Makgoli. Ooh, chestnut flavored Makgoli. Wow. Nice. Yeah, so souvlaki are a big kebab after a night of drinking when you're making these bad decisions and you just get something really greasy. Ouzo's Greek. So Greek, if you insult it, 100 Greek soldiers cram into a trimere and invade your home. That's very Greek. Oh, nice. You're in a bar where they used it as an old fashioned. See, that's what I love about old fashions. You can experiment with pretty much anything. Can I get souvlaki? Well, I can get kebabs. There's only a friggin' minor difference between souvlaki. Well, it depends what you mean by souvlaki, actually, and how you present it. And yeah, there is a difference, and I think you'll start a fight between Greeks and Lebanese if you say there's no difference. I wonder if the Spartans drank alcohol at all. They're all into that hard living and whatnot. They probably did, wine was big. Celtic, I will go halal snack pack every time. Like if someone says you got a choice, kebab or halal snack pack, I'm going to go halal snack pack because I'm super unhealthy. My favorite thing about the halal snack pack, so Australian, it's just like, drunks going, I really like getting a kebab, just a big old greasy kebab when I've drunk too much and I'm staggering home. But have you ever wanted the kebab to be less healthy? How do you make a kebab less healthy? Well, yeah, it's got a lettuce and tomato in it and bread. Those are all vaguely healthy. Could we be less healthy? What would you just stack the meat layer on layer and then put chips on that and then put cheese over the top of that and then drown it in the sauces? It's like, you're a madman. Let's do it. Oh, gyros. Some people call it gyro. Gyros. Yeah, gyros is Greek. Kebab is Lebanese. Oh yeah, Celtic. If I get the option to just be more unhealthy, I'm going to do it. I'm extremely irresponsible. Oh, Loogie, that would be the ultimate. Oh man, deep fry a kebab. You know what you do? Because I don't think you want to deep fry. Oh, you put the tomato in. I don't think you want the lettuce in there. So get a kebab, which is like the meats and some tomato, and maybe put some sort of vegetable like beans or something in there. Roll it up in the flatbread, and then like dip that in egg and coat it in breadcrumbs, and deep fry that. I would fucking eat that. I would absolutely eat that. Someone wants to make me a deep fried kebab, I would eat it. No two ways about it. Hannah, HSPs. Oh, they just no. That's where I have already made really bad decisions. Making a bad food decision is the least of my problems right now. HSPs is where you give it. HSPs are the ultimate fuck it meal as far as I'm concerned. And I say that with love and respect for the HSP, but it really is the ultimate fuck it meal. When you're not even trying, you're just going, yep. You know what? Fuck it. Things don't have to be bad for you to say fuck it, but it's just like at a certain point, I know you're tired, you're maybe still drunk, whatever, and you say, you know what? Fuck it. There's a place up the road that will do a fucking huge HSP. Will feed like 4 people. Used to get it occasionally when the Young Angries were still living here. I haven't had it for a while. God, now we're talking about it. Maybe, do I want to get an HSP this weekend? Maybe. We shall see. You do deep fried green tomatoes in Indiana, local thing. Indiana. Tasty, creamy, crunchy. I know in some southern states, fried green tomatoes, and it's not deep fried. It's like on a grill. They call it fried green tomatoes. But you're actually like deep fried green tomatoes. Creamy and crunchy. Nice. Explains why so many people still ate them for lunch and weekends. If I die before the end of the shift, I'm going to do it in a full stomach. Yep. Yes. The big one is 4 people on a normal night or 1 on a bad weekend. Yeah. Oh, you like to get onion and lettuce? See, then that's no shade. That's giving you real kebab vibes there if you're adding onion and lettuce. I just get the bad one. Chips on top and cheese on top of that. And bake that sucker. I want the cheese melted. Yeah, you want something that's got at least the illusion of healthy. Absolutely. I back you on at least making it look healthy. Personally, not what I do. But a lot of respect for you doing it, trying to make the HSP look at least vaguely healthier. Well, it's a good. So I always stack this glass with ice before bringing it in. So the first thing I have, like a bunch of it melts, and I just get icy cold water. Mrs. Angry likes lamb brains. It's I have the psychological problem with it, but yeah. Yes, I think the onions and lettuce is too healthy. Yeah. Do the same with lazy dinners. Throw a garnish on top. Pretend you made an effort. Go you. I think that's winning. Like I actually went to a bit of effort tonight. Cooked up, as I said, cooked up some onion, garlic, mushroom. The chicken marinade I got from the supermarket, and it was on special, which is why I got it. Cooked all that up, put it in like the flatbread, the burrito thing, rolled it up, put it on a tray, cheese on top, a little bit of the spicy salsa, more cheese, and fuck yeah, yum. Oh, your mum used to do lamb's fry. Yeah, that was really popular at a certain point. Yeah, you find out what it is. It's the offal. The brains have a nutty flavor. Nice. Tony, you had rice, frozen chicken tenders, teriyaki sauce, slice of chicken, throw some sesame seeds, green onions. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's a classy meal. I felt super. I've been just doing microwave food, foods for lunch and light and easy for dinner. But I was in the supermarket and there was this chicken on a really good special, and then fuck it, I'll do a treat. I'll make a treat. I hadn't decided what I was going to do with it, and I saw like I had like this Mexican food pack in the pantry. And go, oh, I'm going to turn it into burritos. Your dad made train smash growing up. Bacon and butter delivery service. Yeah. Honestly, that's most times that's my Saturday go-to after a big Friday night stream. A bacon sandwich. But I'm going to do the chicken burrito, I think. Celtic, I've been doing the microwave stuff. You know, U Foods or light and easy microwave dinner. All right, so you called it train smash. It's just classic Irish sauteed cabbage, onion, cabbage, bacon. That is very Irish. Yes. Yes, Safa. I'm pretty big on desserts. Sticky date pudding is one I particularly like. See, we're doing fucking food talk. I'm going to get hungry. And I've got a bunch of unhealthy snacks out there. If you all drive me to snacking, it's on you. Hannah, you want to do the... Sorry, Loogie, you want to do Hannah's meal. Yeah, look it up. Probably go traditional Irish cabbage and stuff. Okay. Typing let you down there, but actually know what you're talking about, the German sauerkraut. I'm not huge on sauerkraut. I can handle it in small amounts. Oh, Loogie. Okay, so you're a cabbage fan, so maybe you'd like sauerkraut too. But yeah, that Irish thing sounds good. So Hannah's got the recipe. Chop everything up, saute it in a pan until the onion and cabbage are translucent, and you're done. Oh, even just put it on top of sausages and mash. Hot damn. And Tricky say you do sauerkrauts with Kranskis. That's very German. That is a very German meal right there. See, Celtic, you're just leading me astray. I should eat this. I'm actually not hungry because I freaking 3. They weren't huge, actually. They're actually 3 small burritos. But they were friggin' good, man. Very tasty. Because you got a hometown with Irish-German heritage. There you go. You should definitely look up that Irish cabbage recipe then. All right, I'm going to go and get myself a non-alcoholic beverage. Wow, I definitely need a beverage because I'm having trouble saying beverage. I have no idea if Mrs. Angry likes sauerkraut, actually. Sandy, your dad's Northern Irish. Grew up a lot of Irish British influence. Didn't realize until you got older. And Strictly say you got into it, you used to go to a giant deli section at Queen Vic. Yeah. I don't mind Kranskis. It's not my favorite sort of sausage. I mean, not even close, but I don't mind Kransky. I actually just prefer your bog standard butcher or even supermarket sausages, honestly. Lady Snacks video. I don't know about that. When I get water. Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you like sauerkraut? Okay. Dude, I'll ask. Throw some cherry tomatoes in train smash. Then pull them heads. Oh, yeah. No, I bet the ones at Queen Vic are good. Does Al Yankovic have a song about hating sauerkraut? So classic train smash. Oh, yeah. Very much comfort food. Right. I'm going to go get a drink. Ask Mrs. Angry if she likes sauerkraut because Safa's got a desperate need to know. Do you like sauerkraut? Not really. Just a conversation. It's one of the weird topics we talk about. That's it. All right, and I'm back. Strictly Sega knows it too. Albuquerque. The line in his song Albuquerque. Salugi. Big old video about Indiana in the Discord. Oh, nice. Ignore the KKK bit about Indiana. Okay. Hannah, if you put Google train smash, there's your own name for it. Yeah. Yeah, I think you'll just get train crashes if you search that. But and yes, for your edification, Safa, Mrs. Angry doesn't really like sauerkraut. Gonna have a lemon bitters. Ooh, nicely filled the glass. Excellent. And ooh, I can take this to the container deposit scheme and get 10 cents back. Weirdly, there's much more glass in this, so more value in recycling, but I can't get 10 cents back on this. Oh, it's got that. I don't know if you can see with thumbs in there. It's got that thing in the bottom that wine bottles have. So you hold it to pour. I guess because it's French and fancy. I think I've already saved one of these bottles. I'm thinking like that's a nice bottle. I like to save nice bottles and reuse. Might have already saved one of those. When life was going swell, everything's just peachy. Is that the Weird Al line? Shred cabbage, slice onion, saute with bacon and butter till onions translucent. Easy. That does sound easy and delicious. I feel like Mrs. Angry would be there. Mrs. Angry is so much healthier than me. Like she eats 10 times more vegetables than I do. And she makes these things to take to work in a jar and as like layers of things. And it just looks really cool. Like it's a salad for lunch. But I love that she makes it so it looks cool as well. Celtic, thanks for hanging out, man. Catch you later. Oh, Loogie, you're adding the ingredients to your grocery list? Noosh. Big bowl of sauerkraut every morning. Driving me crazy. Said, Mum, what's up with all the sauerkraut? My dear sweet mother looked at me like a cow looks at an oncoming train. She leaned right down next to me and she said, it's good for you. Then she tied me to the wall, stuck a funnel in my mouth, force fed me nothing but sauerkraut until the 26th time years old. Mrs. Angry did say she knows it's kind of good for you, but she just doesn't like it. Also great with classic English breakfast on a roast meat sandwich. Hell, I didn't know we were going to get so culinary this evening. This is good stuff. Like when I asked Mrs. Angry, she's going, why are you asking me that? I said, random topic of conversation. The way the stream often goes, tonight we're talking about food. So I'm asking you if you like sauerkraut. Oh, is that one of his really long songs? I know he has a couple of really long ones where he tells very long stories. You're not going to do the whole one, just the bit about sauerkraut. You get left field questions from Mrs. Angry. Yeah, she's kind of used to it, but she is also always interested. She goes, "Oh, what did you talk about in the live stream?" I go, talked about movies, TV shows, food, ducks. It's it's just a whole thing. It's a vibe. I almost tipped the glass up too soon. Classic drinking problem where you miss your mouth, but I got there. Stuck in the drive-through. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. I swear I've heard a really long. I think it's on YouTube. It wasn't Albuquerque. It's stuck in the drive-through. Loogie, when you're in Minnesota, hanging out with an ex-girlfriend, went to a little restaurant, made sauerkraut soup. Never managed to find since then. Damn. Just chasing that. Chasing that sauerkraut soup. Oh, Mrs. Angry is very poetic. I think she'd really be into describing a location or a feeling in a poetic way, where we could come up with a cocktail for it. So for tomorrow's not a date night, so I'll probably do a live stream, but it's not 100% because, anything could happen. Could end up like just doing movie night with Mrs. Angry or not, but may or may not do a live stream tomorrow night. I mean, it's actually more likely than not that I'll do a live stream, but shit happens. Used to be engaged to a Russian, and her mum would make borscht. That is okay. I don't think I've ever had borscht. There's some restaurants here. There's one on Chapel Street, which is maybe still there. Is called I think it's called Vodka Borscht and Tears. And then they had a second restaurant which was closer to where I live, was called After the Tears. Now that didn't make it through COVID, which is sad because we like it. But mind you, the place that's in its place now, Copycat, is really fucking good. Honestly, probably a little bit better. But yeah. So borscht, not terrible. Something in had to grow. Yeah, the whole thing. So here we go. Vodka, borscht, and tears. On Chapel Street. Is it still open? I think Vodka, Borscht, and Tears was never as good as After the Tears. What's on their menu these days? A salad that's grilled broccolini, fried kipflers, Romanesco, salted almonds, chickpeas, leaf seeds, chili, pomegranate. Dirty Reuben fries. Fries with hot cheese sauce, dressing, topped with house-smoked pastrami and sauerkraut. Just what we've been talking about. Potato blintzes. Oh, that's right. They're a Russian Jewish influence. Polish gnocchi. Blintzes with salmon and sour cream. Cabbage rolls. Pretend fried chicken. It's vegan. It's cauliflower, spring onions, and ginger. Zakuski means food to drink with. Oh, so that's a mixed plate. Okay. Pierogi, Polish dumplings. I do fucking like Polish dumplings, actually. Pierogi's fucking awesome. Snacks. Bison wings, mac and cheese croquettes, Polish sausage. Saganaki, crispy squid, lamb croquettes. It's all very snacky. Basket of bread and butter. Sauerkraut. You can get a side of sauerkraut. Okay, so the mains are chicken stroganoff, shabawi, pork loin schnitzel, mashed potato, summer cabbage, horseradish, Hungarian goulash. And then desserts, chocolate babka ice cream sandwich, dessert pierogi, borscht, which is soup. So they have borscht, some vegetarian options. Well, okay, I can see what's their cocktails. Let's see what they have for cocktails. Flirtini, strawberry vodka, lychee syrup, lemon. Yeah, well, that's shit. Grapefruit margarita. Grapefruit. What the fuck? It's grapefruit vodka? It's not a margarita. It's vodka. For fuck's sake. All their fucking drinks are vodka. Serenity Now. Vodka. Jeez, they're all fucking vodka. Vodkaretto sour. Jesus, fuck. Everything's fucking vodka. It's the Polish thing. The Velvet Fog. Check absinthe, melon vodka. It's all fucking vodka. Keith Richards. Absinthe with Dom Benedictine. Limit 3 per customer. It was like, ooh, this is really strong. And orange. Is that orange juice? It looks like orange juice. Oof. Okay. That's all the things I know. Tacos, spag bol, meatballs, meatloaf, I guess. You can make shepherd's pie with mince. That can be yummy. You just cook up the mince with some veggies and top it with mashed potato and bake that. I like a shepherd's pie. So, Luigi, you got lucky when you were a teen. A Ukraine-style restaurant opened next town. Convince your mum to take your birthday. Nice. There you go. See, shepherd's pie. They helped you out. Meatloaf can be really good, depending how you make it. Ooh, chocolate from Ukraine. Nice. Ah, snap. We even said it the same way. Nice. Oh dear. I do like the name of the place, Vodka, or Borscht Vodka and Tears. I got the words in the wrong order. It's like, Jesus, fuck, every cocktail is fucking vodka. Fuck's sake. You're leaning really heavy into the whole Polish thing. Jesus. It's like every fucking cocktail is a vodka. It's like my worst nightmare. I kind of feel like most European chocolates are better than Cadbury. So for beef stroganoff is traditionally strips of beef rather than mince. Oh, good Lord. Sorry. I'm just going to be that much of an animal all night as well, I guess. You're lucky I'm not farting constantly. I was just before the stream. And then I went and did a massive shit and got it all out of my system. Just sharing that with you. Actually, I don't know why I just popped in my head. Dr. Abigail told me first couple episodes of the new season of Disco were on. I might get to watch them this weekend. Might not get to watch them till Monday night. Mrs. Angry and I have been watching a series on Disney Plus called Renegade Nell. It's very light entertainment. It is entertaining. Nell is a highway woman who has special powers. It's a fun, lightweight show. Okay. So Disco is good. Yeah. Okay. Well, I tell Mrs. Angry. We might not get to watch them before Monday. We might watch them this weekend. We'll see. Cronenberg's back. Nice. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to watching Fallout. That starts in another week or so. And I don't know if they're doing one episode a week or if they're dumping the whole series. But there's a couple coming out. So there's Disco, Fallout. On Netflix, there's Dead Boy Detectives, which is a Sandman spin-off, a Neil Gaiman story. And that looks interesting. Tales of the Empire, that's a video game? The new Star Wars series looks good. acolyte. Strictly Sega, it's a character in Star Trek Discovery. Yes, not David Cronenberg with all his extra gore and whatnot. Possibly named for him, though. Actually, you know what Cronenberg I have to rewatch? Because I watched it when it was new and I wasn't sure, but it kind of sat with me. I thought maybe that was actually a good movie. Existenz. I feel like I want to go back and rewatch Existenz. Sorry. No, you're saying David Cronenberg actually plays the character. I was confused. That's okay, Loogie. You can judge it harshly. I've not played any Fallout, so I'll just be looking at it as a show. Oh, okay. So, Disney putting out stuff on May the 4th. Mini episode like Tales of the Jedi. Oh, nice. All right. Well, I'll be looking out for that. Wait, is David Cronenberg the old guy with the huge fucking glasses? Strictly saying you're not a huge Existenz fan. I just want to watch it again because I only watched it when it was a new movie. And I was like, oh. But something in the back of my head, like literally since like the 90s, I've been going, maybe I should rewatch that. Because it's a whole, video game, alternate reality thing. Am I in a game or am I in the real world? Okay, there you go. So Cronenberg is the dude with the big glasses. Okay. Is Eastern Promises a Cronenberg film? Holy shit, that movie was a trip. I genuinely liked it with Viggo Mortensen about Russian crime gangs. I liked that movie. That was a good crime family movie. Yeah, Viggo's done a few good movies, actually, besides Lord of the Rings. I did like A History of Violence as well. All right. I didn't know Eastern Promises was a Cronenberg film. Okay, I just genuinely liked Eastern Promises. So, like I said, Existenz, I had this weird, vague thing like, was it good? I'm not sure. I think Viggo rarely does interviews. Okay. I haven't paid that much attention to it. I don't know. I thought okay. This is where my brain wasn't working, Dr. Abigail. I thought that character was called Cronenberg. But it's actually David Cronenberg playing a character. Things had got a bit jumbled in my head. I blame it on 3 cocktails. And also, I'm old. I just said this vague thing about, Cronenberg in Star Trek Discovery. What are we going to do with me? What are we going to do with me? I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with me. It's all a bit much, quite honestly. Need more Viggo Mortensen movies. I only seen like 43. 3 or 4. I don't know that he's done a huge number of movies, but I think he's done some good ones. Actually, we're on the internet. Let's look up his IMDb. Viggo Mortensen. What movies has Viggo done? Green Book, which, okay, it's a bit of white sappy. Oh, Captain Fantastic. I haven't seen, but I think might be good. Eastern Promises, yes. History of Violence, yes. The Road. I did really like The Road. Oh, yes, and young Vigo in G.I. Jane with Demi Moore. Yes. That was even before Lord of the Rings. But Jesus, The Road was bleak as fuck. I mean, and I've read the book as well. Cormac McCarthy. Everything Cormac McCarthy writes bleak as fuck. Yeah, I really did like The Road. Vigo was good, and apparently the family of the black guy that it's based on are like, what is this white savior bullshit? Oh yeah, watch The Road. Seriously, it's a post-apocalypse bummer, but really well done. I really liked The Road. But bleak as fuck, dude. Don't watch it if you're feeling even slightly depressed, because it's such a fucking downer. And they never tell you exactly what caused the collapse, so you get to guess what caused it. Why? Cormac McCarthy was just a huge fucking bummer, basically. Seriously, was the other most famous adaptation of a Cormac McCarthy book is No Country for Old Men, and that's such a fucking downer as well. Yeah. Oh my god, white saviors in these movies is just what the fuck. But Vigo was very good in it, and so was oh god, we're gonna mispronounce a name because I'm so fucking Caucasian. Mahershala. It's not even that hard a name to say. Mahershala Ali. Mahershala Ali. Just always worried I'm going to pronounce names wrongs. Dr. Abigail. Mind mankind of their own potential for destruction, try to warn us away from it. That, honestly, you sound more positive than Cormac McCarthy to me, Lukey. He experienced reverse racism today. Dang, that's a thing. How did that work? What to know about the controversy behind Green Book? Yes, mainly that the family of thing. Oh, that's right. I still haven't watched Moonlight. That got like the Academy Award for Best Film or something. Oh god, he's in the upcoming Blade movie. Hot damn. And I did like his season of True Detective as well. Mahershala Ali. I have to watch Moonlight though. Oh, is that the women mathematicians we're talking about? You need to come on the. Oh, you want to come on the stream? Definitely. I haven't done this for a little while. I had to remember the right button to click. Dr. Abigail has a story to tell. And what is Friday night for, if not to tell stories? All right, so Moonlight was good, memorable. That was it. Hidden Figures, yeah. And Hidden Figures was pretty good. Okay, here we have Dr. Abigail. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. All is well.
Ooh, StreamYard finally decided to save my settings.
Nice.
Finally. Anyway, so today I was walking down the street with a support worker because I have
Yes.
support workers,
Yes.
and she is from Pakistan, I think,
Right.
of Pakistani origin,
Yeah.
and a very young lady came up to us both asking for directions, and this young lady was, I think, Japanese.
Yeah.
And when she asked, she looked directly at my support worker and
Yeah.
asked her, and like I was giving her answers, but she just ignored my presence and
Okay.
just like was just asking my support worker constantly.
Yeah.
And after that interaction, I was like, I think I was just discriminated against. That's reverse racism. Is that what that feels like? And my support worker just said, yeah, that was it. And I was like, wow, I have that experience now. I can relate. I can now empathize and communicate and speak for all minorities now.
Yes.
As a white person, I now have that experience.
It is very lucky that the
Mhm.
minorities have a white person who can make that call
I
for them.
know. I know.
Someone
It's
taking
so
this out of
lucky.
context who doesn't get irony. And
I know, and she got it straight away.
yeah.
But yeah, it's
Yeah.
I
It
was like,
was
yeah, so that's what that feels like. That was kind of awful. I would hate to feel that every
all
day.
day, every day. Yeah. I
Yeah.
remember oh, it's fucking little mosquito. Oh, I got it. Fuck you, mosquito. Um, from way back when I was in Sydney, someone talking about how, is it, well-meaning, not necessarily white savior complex journalists trying to understand the level of discrimination that happened in Melbourne. And he had an Aboriginal friend, and they went to a pub in like the Redfern Waterloo area that was a black pub. And when they went in there, he was the only white guy in there.
Oh no.
And there was fairly undisguised hostility towards him. Like, what are you doing here? Sort of. No one said anything, but there was this unmistakable hostility towards him. And he's saying to his Aboriginal friend, well, that's not very cool. I mean, I'm one of the good guys. They were just being really judgy and negative to me. And the guy says, welcome to every second of every day of every Aboriginal person's life. And he's like, really?
Wow.
Here's the thing where I didn't pay any consequences, but felt uncomfortable for a little while. And his friends just going,
Yeah.
no one's apologizing to you. Fuck you. This is every
Yeah.
second of every day of our
Yeah.
life.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and he's going like, and he's because he was acknowledging I was actually really quick to go, well, that's not cool. Why would you do that to me, one of the good guys?
Yeah,
And
wow.
then he's just like,
That's
oh, that's why they
that's
hate people with white savior complex. So,
wow. That's that's really bad. Well,
yeah,
it could be worse.
yeah,
Like he could have been just vehemently um upset and angry about his unfair treatment.
Which probably would have got his head punched in. But
Yeah.
I had one once because for a couple of years I lived right near Redfern Station, so I had to walk past Everleigh Street to get to my home. And one time I was walking with my girlfriend at the time, and I had my arm around, just in the thing, and something really hurt my hand, and I was really confused, like, the fuck was that? And a stone sort of skittered away. I was going like, what the fuck? And I looked just like across the road at Everleigh Street, there were some kids, Aboriginal kids, and someone had chucked a rock at me. And I was like, and I just was like, what the fuck was that? And these little kids were just like, yeah, fuck you, Whitey. And I was like, yeah. I will come the fuck over there and I will find your parents and I will tell them and they will fuck you up. And you just see all these kids go, yep, they would. My parents would really fuck me up. Yeah, your parents will go, what the fuck are you doing? That's the sort of thing that gets the cops coming down here kicking people's heads in. And I'm not going to call it cops because some kid threw a I was really concerned, like, fuck me. That was a really long throw. How do you hit me? And also, either of us could have been hit in the head by this fucking stone. Which
you're lucky it hit you in the arm or hand and not the head, because that would have fucking killed you.
But it was initially when I was like, what the fuck? And they were just like, fuck you, Whitey. And I went, yeah, you know what? Fuck you. I fucking live here. I will go down there and find your parents, and then you'll be in trouble. And and they were like, ooh. But it was just like, it was just a weird rant. And it was like, it was a bored kid who was subject to hostility every second of every day of his life, and just randomly just went, they look too happy. I'm going to throw a rock at them. But I swear to God, the kid threw it like 100 meters. It was a long way away.
100 meters?
That might be an exaggeration.
That's impressive.
Meters. I reckon he threw it 50
Even
meters.
50 meters is
it was
a
$1 million to one shot. The fact that he threw it from that far away and hit me was $1 million to one shot. But Safa, what year was that? That was like 89. That was a
so this is Dubbo. You were in Dubbo.
This is Redfern.
Oh, Redfern. I don't know where Redfern is.
Oh, that's the Everleigh Street. Redfern was the most well-known and admittedly notorious Aboriginal community in Sydney.
Oh, okay.
It was Safa. It was just the fucking afternoon. It was like I just went down to meet my girlfriend at Redfern Station, and I was only a couple of blocks away from Redfern Station. Everleigh Street was directly opposite Redfern Station.
Well, I was with my partner at the time, and we were with two other friends, so there were four of us on a train, right? It was early afternoon. Oh, sorry, no, it was early evening, so it was like about 5 or 6-ish. And there were these asshole dudes behind us throwing us, not throwing stuff, but throwing like insults at us because, ooh, gay people.
It
happens.
Yeah.
It just fucking happens. And you just kind of have to get a thick skin. But when you're white and it happens,
I know.
For fuck's sake.
Hey, Pat. Hey,
that's not why I'm white.
Yeah.
Like
a weird one, and I have mentioned this on the stream before, happened to me a little while back. I was walking with my daughter, this was around Hawthorne, and we were going to get something to eat, and we were just at a corner, a traffic light's waiting to cross, and this like tradie van goes past, and someone who definitely votes for Pauline Hanson and is looking at QAnon stuff and online and supports Donald Trump, just like leaned out the window and went pedo, and
okay.
And what was funny is
random.
It took a couple seconds for that to sort of penetrate my daughter's head, what he said, and the car was going around the corner, and she just screams at the car, "He's my dad, you fucking weirdo!" And she was just like, "Oh, if that car hadn't already gone, I would have had word with him." And all that. And well, I'm kind of glad it was gone because they're not going to throw a punch at you. But it's like she was so sort of, "What is wrong with you?" And I went, "That is just some weird QAnon, COVID denier, anti-vax freak who is going, the liberal elite are all sacrificing children under pizza parlors." And he just felt compelled to tell. And honestly, if I'd been paying more attention, there was probably a phone number on the van that I could have called and go, "Hey, just thought you'd like to know that person with this number plate is just shouting slurs at people on the street, and he's a piece of shit, and he's making me want to tell everyone I know that your fucking company is a piece of shit."
Fair.
Hey, Arrays, how you doing? But the particular funny thing was how angry my daughter was, and she really wanted to have a go at this guy. But it's even just the way she did it. It was just like it took a couple of seconds, and she realized, wait, that was at us. So she kept him, "It's my dad, you fucking weirdo."
How old was she?
This was only in the last year.
Oh, okay.
Which is also weird because she's 25.
Well.
But she is somewhat diminutive, I guess.
So it's not weird then.
Yeah.
That she's 25.
It's just Leonardo DiCaprio level weird. It's not criminal weird if she was actually my girlfriend. It's just Leonardo DiCaprio.
It's just and a bit, incesty.
Well, if she wasn't my daughter, is what I'm saying. You're the type of snitch calls your boss reading number side of van, telling their staff, tell their staff cutting people off is bad. Yeah. Well, yeah. If I'd reacted more quickly, maybe gotten a picture of the van with the phone number and the number plate. It's just like,
I'd be out with my camera, with my phone camera,
and I didn't react quick enough. But it was just like, just the vibe was that is some shithead QAnon, COVID denying, anti-vax, Trump supporting, at least borderline neo-Nazi fuckhead. And I just have this vibe that if I'd called them, I wouldn't be the first person who'd lodged a complaint about him, because fuckheads like that, they don't do it just once. And that's the thing, if you're going to do that in a work van, you're an absolute fucking
Yeah, like be the owner if you're going to do it in a work van and own your shit. Or not, I don't know. I'm not the boss of you.
Ray's had to deal with a sob citizen doing security stuff. Was this tied into asking them for ID at all? Was
sovereign
that
citizens?
It's they're the absolute epitome of confirmation bias, in as much as they all get in the same discussion group and they tell each other they're right, and they come up with all this phrasing that they think is very intelligent, and then get themselves into terrible
very
trouble.
Smart. Yeah.
Oh, right. I saw this.
Which movie is this?
Kung Fu Panda 4. There's a
Kung Fu
fourth
Panda
one?
4.
No, 4.
I didn't even know there was a third one.
Yeah, no, they just keep... Actually, I think the third one was a long time ago.
Is Jack Black still doing it?
It's on. It's on now.
Film series. Okay, I'm intrigued as to when the other one came out. Yeah, see, Kung Fu Panda 3 came out in 2016. So it was 2008 for Kung Fu Panda, 2011 for 2, then 2016 for 3, and this year for that's a pretty big lag. It's like 3 years between the first two, then a 5-year gap, and then an 8-year gap. But yeah,
so-
Jack Black's still in there. He oh god, what did he?
Yeah,
He did a cover of I think it's "Hit Me One More Time." It's some famous pop song.
Yeah, I saw that on my TikTok. I saw that.
Yeah, Jack
It's
Black
odd.
doing "Hit Me Baby One More Time."
Yeah, I saw that. It's wicked.
Oh wow, Ray's that's their favorite. What piece of legislation requires him to show his badge? It's not legislation;
back.
it's the conditions of entry.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
and they love bringing up the
The
Constitution.
Constitution.
Like, yeah, it's literally like conditions of entry. Private businesses are allowed to have conditions of entry.
Yeah. So, like, get out then.
And it's like it's bad enough when Americans have this obsession with saying the Constitution, and they have a grossly inflated idea of what protections they have under the US Constitution. But when the Australian Constitution is in no way relatable to the US Constitution, but it's just what they've read online, and they think it sounds really authoritative. And that whole thing about what's the law, and what's funny is I've seen
that's a bill, not a law.
Yes, that's what they say. They have all these phrases they come up with, and what's funny to me is when they post the video, like when they're interacting with a cop, and you see the cop, and you go, "Oh, the cops have actually obviously been trained to deal with soft sits," and the soft sits post this video that they think is a win, and everyone who's not a fucking moron looks at the video and go, dude, this is so embarrassing. Oh, I'm cringing so hard watching this. What is wrong with you? It's like so bad. And they're so sure that they post the video thinking it makes them look good. It's like of the various thousands of fucking weirdos who've posted videos attacking me on YouTube, various fringe ones, like my personal favorite was someone who actually picked something out of one of the streams, and we all know who I'm talking about. Actually, we don't.
Yeah.
But it was like the thing, like,
don't say his name 3
has
times.
autistic fit about thinking, and you watch the video, and I'm actually really calmly saying, if you're going to be a cunt, I am going to kick you off the stream, because you're just being a piece of shit. So, either stop being such a fuckwit, or I will kick you off the stream. And I'm saying it just really, and you see the text, like he's being an absolute asshole. And I'm just responding calmly going, well, if you're going to be a fuckwit, I will kick you off the stream. And he thinks it makes him look good. And I was just like,
he's delusional. He's just
any
so
rational
fucking delusional.
person is just going to go,
Weird.
what is wrong with you? But yeah. And
He-
I remember one.
He lives in his own delusional world.
A really old one. I think he was upset about me saying climate change was real. So, like, I've upset them about so many things over the years, and the video I think was literally called "Angry Aussie is Dangerous," and I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm dangerous. And it was this weird old dude who thought he was making cogent points, and he was saying I was dangerous because I was telling people climate change was real, and I was able to say it in a compelling way that people would believe. And I was just going, dude, I'm quoting actual scientists who know what they're fucking. I'm not an expert. I'm just telling you what the experts are. But it was just so funny, and this guy really came off like kangaroos loose in the top paddock. And
Is
like,
that video still? Do you know where it is?
oh, actually, let's see if it's still there. Let's just,
Because
I'll
I'd
see if
love
I
to
can
watch
find
it.
If I can find it, I'll put it on Discord. Oh no, wait! I should have just gone on YouTube. What am I doing?
Oh yeah. Right. My sister cut my hair yesterday.
Oh, nice! Looking sexy, Pat.
Oh, there.
Oh, okay. YouTube's search has gone to hell.
Huh?
That's really weird.
Yeah, I'm banning my TikTok again.
Oh well, it used to work in the olden days to search, but YouTube hates me now, so that's fine.
Not me. Oh, good.
Let me try.
I just remember. Oh God, yeah. Sorry, I did find someone else who was upset at me, which is fun.
Angry Aussie is dangerous.
That's what I remember it being called.
I've got a lot of news.
Yeah, it
stories.
actually brings up a lot of news stuff.
And a lot of reaction videos for some reason.
Yeah, because I upset a lot of fuckwits over the years.
Angry Jonathan Thomas? Yeah, I think I found it.
Is it an old man?
16 years ago.
That sounds right.
Angry Aussie is dangerous. Jonathan Thompson. Thomason. Yeah, Jonathan Thomason.
What did you use to find that in search?
Angry Aussie is dangerous, but then I scrolled down ages.
Or maybe you
I can post it. Yeah. Hang on,
I'll just keep scrolling. Oh yeah, you just put it in Discord.
It's like a minute. It's like a minute long.
Oh, okay. I'll know when I see it because it's like it was this weird old guy. Yes, no, that's him. I found him. No, it's him.
Does he look like he's had a stroke?
Yes.
And it looks and sounds like he had a stroke.
Yes. Yeah. And again, that's the genuinely weird thing that people think.
That's the one I found.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Oh hell yeah. I think you might be right, Rays. Watching live streams can reduce your lifespan.
Unless you've grown out of it.
Oh yes, your video feed is frozen for some reason, Dr. Abigail.
Yeah.
The audio is still there live, but the video is frozen.
Oh, you know why?
Why?
Because I went back to running my webcam through that router, the USB hub, and now it's all discombobulated again.
Oh man!
But I've only got like one device running through it at the moment. Oh, it's dark. How's that? Spooky.
No, that work.
I can do something about it if I really want.
And dark.
Oh, it was really weird. The guys, it's probably YouTube's comment thing used to be completely screwed. There's like an endless stream of comments from this guy. I think he's replying. I think if he's either deleted the comments that he's replying to, or by sheer coincidence, all the accounts don't exist Oh, wow. Sorry, I'm just looking at his comments. He thinks I'm a paid stooge to nuclear power, which I am completely against. But I probably could play the video. I'm not going to get content matched on this weird 16-year-old video.
You can take your pulse with a Geiger counter, not how you spell Geiger counter, and you breathe out helium, apparently. You do nuclear fusion, safe and clean. What? What the fuck is this guy on about?
Oh, well.
So do waves breaking on the shore. That's no.
All right, I'm going to play the video. This is quite weird.
It's... Yeah. He's deleted a ton of comments.
I think that's it. Can he just step away now? Did he exchange emails with me?
We can't hear it.
Oh. He says at one point he's got a brain injury from a car accident, I think.
He says that more than once.
Yeah. No, it's supposed to share window. It's supposed to share the audio. Why isn't it? Share a tab or screen. Oh, okay. Share screen. Share system audio. Okay. Sure.
That worked.
Okay. Is the video there now?
Nope.
No? StreamYard's been fucking weird. Share. Cancel. What the fuck? Okay. Browsers block your screen.
We could hear it, but only because it was coming through your speakers and
okay.
Your mic was picking it up.
Okay, let me try once more, then I will stop trying. So you can't, to share audio, you have to share screen. Share. Oh, look at that recursion.
Ah!
Is the video there now?
Doc.
Yes.
No further.
Is the video there now?
It is, yes.
Yeah, it's red.
I just spent a very enjoyable week exchanging emails with angry Aussie about global warming. I maintain it is dangerous fiction. He said it was science. Then he retracted that and retracted that. And at the end of the exchange, he said, well, look, you do your thing, I'll do mine. I'm peddling science for my PhD. He is peddling dangerous nonsense. Global warming isn't true. Plants live off CO2. You live off the ocean. They produce more CO2, more plant growth, more oxygen, more life on Earth. What's the problem?
That's kind of weird.
That was
weird.
definitely weird, and this is where I'm very confused.
More genius comes to mind, but I will let you decide for yourselves.
I'm very confused at people who think they are making themselves look good when they really aren't. Yes, Lugie, I also agree. The guy was very difficult to understand, and that's largely because he apparently has an acquired brain injury from a car accident. But again, it's just so weird, like saying that I said I was a scientist. Absolutely not ever in any instance did I ever say that? But he's just going like, I've got a PhD. Like, no, you don't. And,
Show us your PhD.
and also, was it in climate science? So, but it again, it's not so much the effects of his brain injury, but just literally just going like, and this is like all conspiracy theorists and science deniers. Just they say stuff, and they're really doing this like checkmate atheists thing, and you're like,
Yeah.
dude, that's so friggin' embarrassing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm worried.
Whenever someone says checkmate unironically, it's never a checkmate unless you're
No,
actually playing chess.
It really isn't. Like the one that absolutely does my head in was that former child star in the US. What was his fucking name?
The banana. Yeah.
The banana.
Yeah,
What's
I forget
Kirk
his
Cameron,
name.
Kirk Cameron.
Kirk Cameron. Yep.
And some evangelical minister, and their proof that God created everything was the curve of a banana. It fits perfectly into a human hand as God designed. And the two biggest flaws with that is, no, it fucking doesn't. Why does the curve of what? Why does the curve of a banana doesn't make it fit? A straight banana would fit better in your fucking hand. But also the longer curved bananas were selective breeding by humans over a couple hundred years, because they started with plantains.
Couple 100,000 years.
Oh no! It's just a couple hundred years. You can selective breeding of plants changes them really quickly.
Okay, fair enough.
You look up brassica. The number of freakishly different foods we eat, which are all brassica, but that did take longer. But humans bred it from the same fucking plant, and that's like cauliflower and spinach and
broccoli, kale.
They started with the same plant, and they just went, I like the leaves on this one. I'm going to selectively crossbreed for the leaves. And it's like,
so there's another word for that. It's called genetic engineering.
Yeah, it was literally natural genetic engineering. Yeah.
Yep.
They literally crossbred with the traits they wanted. Same as, why do we have all these fucking weird breeds of dogs? We started with wolves. We lured a wolf to our campfire 40,000 years ago.
All of a sudden, we've got chihuahuas.
Yeah, and it's because
and dogs are like, oh fuck, and pugs are like, I can't breathe.
I like the trait in that dog, in that wolf. I'm going to breed it with another one that looks like that to increase that trait. Humans are fucking weird the way they do that. The way we do. I'm talking about the humans, them.
The humans.
I sadly, I have to admit to being one of them, one of the humans. But yeah, in agriculture, the selective breeding, the genetic engineering we've done in agriculture with both animals and things, like, because cows used to be fucking oxen, and it was just a selective breeding for certain traits that made them smaller and more docile. They're still pretty fucking big and dangerous, but not so much as oxen.
There are even breeds of duck that have been selected for.
Yeah.
But you know what hasn't been?
What?
Cats.
Except people are doing it now, which is really
I
disturbing.
know.
Starting to do to cats what they've done to dogs.
Yeah, some cats are now, which is sad. But cats are as close to feral as they've been forever.
But you get those ones with the little stumpy legs that have been bred to have
the dwarf cats. I think it's a genetic abnormality.
But then someone thought
now,
it was cute, and then they selectively bred for it. Which is what they've done. They've fucked up so many dog breeds by doing that.
Yeah.
I have to admit.
Yeah, that's how you get pugs.
some of the wildcats that are still in. My favorite is it's got two names, Palace's cat, and it's a Russian wildcat, and it's fucking hilarious because it looks like a Persian that's been doing meth. It's got huge fur like a Persian, but it's got this like angry wildcat face, and I've just always gone, yeah, it's a Persian on meth. But
There's some great humor in the chat for you.
about the extra forehead.
The angry is human, except has a 5 head.
Yeah, these days it's
You're
almost
fitting right in.
Yeah. On
I
Star Trek,
know.
I've been Star Trek. I've got all this space up here. I just need to put some ridges on here. And I'll be
Mhm.
one of the various.
So in season 5 of Discovery, there's a new NPC, a new side character
Oh, nice.
who features. He's pretty awesome, except he's from a species of alien that featured in one episode of DS9.
Oh, okay. And they just
And
decided randomly they're going to bring him back.
yeah, it's awesome.
Nice.
And yeah, I can't wait to see what they do with the character and the species.
Good. Yeah, Strictly Sega, we don't know. Is my hairline receding or is my head growing? It could be either.
Lord.
It could be either.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
we all know that you're giving more head.
Ooh, eh?
It's red. Read it
But
there.
actually, I could make some money by leasing out my 5 head as advertising.
Headspace.
Yeah, Headspace, literally.
Your ad here.
Yeah. Oh god, I could do it. I've got the real estate for it, but
Right, regular dragon.
I was watching Dr. Abigail. You might be interested in finding this an animation called "The Second Best Hospital in the Universe."
Okay.
I feel like it's got a real Star Trek vibe, basically, because they're they're all
Okay.
multi weird aliens, and it's got a pretty frenetic pace. I've only watched 2 episodes of it, but it's like this is pretty.
Oh, it's a series.
It's a series.
It's the second best hospital in the universe. Is that what it's called?
Or the galaxy. It's either the second best hospital in the universe or the galaxy.
In the galaxy.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, you were saying that was the best movie, Pat, the Ghostbusters one.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll wait till it's on a streaming service, which is probably like 6 months from now. But I'm not in a rush to go into the movies. I tell you, the one that it's probably not going to tempt me into the cinemas, but it might. It's called Civil War, and it's about the collapse of the United States. And I think it's like written by the person who wrote 28 Days Later. It looks intense. I've seen a few clips from it, and it's just like, damn, this looks really intense. And it's getting pretty good reviews as well.
And Mickey Man.
Oh, Monkey Man! Look, yes, Pat. Monkey Man looks really cool. Have you seen it?
No,
The trailer. It's Dev Patel is the lead, and he directs it as well. And it's produced by Jordan Peele. It's an action movie where he's like a downtrodden guy in India.
On Thursday, I lost my worker.
Okay. All right. We need to know if Monkey Man's good because I saw the trailer and it looks good. The action film with Dev Patel. And I'm a bit of a Dev Patel fan. I like his work. But this it's like a really full-on action movie by the looks of it.
Oh, that's cool.
downtrodden guy from the slums of India who fights back against the crime lords by the looks of it.
Ah.
Looks like a lot of action anyway. So
nothing to do with the monkey god and
no,
the trip
no.
to India.
God, there are so many versions of that too.
Born from an egg on a mountaintop.
Monkey is funky.
Yeah, I know the monkey's red.
Yeah. There was the
Monkey
Australian New
magic.
Zealand co-production of Monkey a couple of years ago, and there's another Chinese version that's just come out in the last year or two.
There was a
inspired
Hong Kong version. Sorry, a Hong Kong version. Korean version.
maybe it's the Korean
South
version.
Korean version.
Was that quite
Yeah.
recent, like the last couple of years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen trailers for that, and it's just like, because apparently it's just one of the most popular legends. And I do remember there was an animated version that was done.
What
20 years ago.
What I want to know is why they got, because this confused everyone I knew back in primary school.
Yeah.
Why they got a woman to play the priest.
Yes.
Tripitaka.
And kind of obviously a woman too. And I just think the casting and production people like ladyboys. I don't know. That's
Not
it was
even.
it was a choice.
I mean, they
It
could
was-
have got. They could have gotten a twink-looking dude.
I know, but no, it was, for some reason it was a choice. It was it was an obvious and definite choice to cast a woman who very much looked like a woman.
Yeah, But,
That's
like-
red.
I didn't know anyone who wasn't confused about that.
Yeah, no, that's me too. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It was a confusing thick topic, definitely.
Yeah.
But that's the whole thing. But yeah, there are so many versions of the story of Monkey. I never watched the Australia New Zealand co-production. I saw some clips from it, and it actually looked pretty good. But I never got around to watching it. Yes, seriously, the Tripitaka casting was interesting, and I'd love to know the reasoning behind it, but who knows?
Well, we could always Google it.
You could try. Oh yeah, no, strictly Sega. I must have watched the repeats of Monkeys so many times. But the first couple of series, there was like the last series, they were recasting characters and introducing new characters, and I wasn't as into it. Heine, you reckon it's because they wanted Tripitaka to look totally innocent? So a very pale-skinned woman was cast. I mean, that makes sense. Oh gosh, all those repeats, goodies, Astro Boy Monkey. I remember watching Astro Boy with my kids when they were kids, and I had forgotten how dark it was, because Astro Boy was created by the scientist because the scientist's son was killed in a car accident in the first episode. And I had forgotten that, and I was going, man, this fucking, Jesus, Japanese and their dark shit. This is like a kid's show, and they're just going to open with killing a kid in a car crash. Oh, yeah, let's throw them all out. Roger Ramjet, Danger Mouse.
I saw that old boy.
Oh yes, and Dr. Elephant died in a later episode. Yeah, but again,
So the actor who played Monkey, Masaki Sakai, told
Yeah.
Rolling Stone that they gave the role to a woman to generate buzz for the show. If only men were used, it would not be interesting, he said. And by shaving her hair, it also added to the buzz that was generated by the program.
It was a marketing angle.
Yeah, so the female actor, aka the actor, Masako Natsumi, continued acting after Monkey appeared on stage, blah, blah, blah. She married a TV producer, but the following year, Natsumi passed away from acute leukemia, aged 27.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
And AZ told stories that he'd read that the guy who played Monkey thought her smoking had contributed to it. And I don't know if it would have, just an extremely aggressive form of leukemia, but he thought her smoking contributed to it. So he would like not let anyone smoke near him. Like he would smack cigarettes out of people's mouths and just like, that'll fucking kill you. What are you doing?
Yeah.
So yeah. I was waiting to see if she really did die of cancer, because I'm not saying AZ made shit up out of whole While you were looking up the life story, I said, did she die of cancer? Yes, she did. Okay.
Acute leukemia. Like it was
obviously
must have been. Yeah.
Kills you in your 20s.
The guy played Monkey is 70.
Yep.
And is still acting.
Yeah, I think he's quite the celeb.
Yes, he is. Monkey. He was already a celebrity when it acted in a number of TV shows. Also had a couple of hit songs with his band, The Spiders. Apparently, but Monkey made him an even bigger star.
Yeah,
and the
I think he
attention
got
from fans during the show's run was intense.
Yeah.
He was mobbed with fans every morning who would wait for him as he went to work. He would give them cans of juice. Random.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Loogie, you think AZ the comedian made things up for a laugh? No, there's a difference between making up things for a laugh and randomly asserting things to be true when there was no basis in reality for them. Speaking of acquired brain injury, the dude died several times, and he was the first one to admit that, well, you know, when your brain gets deprived of oxygen for a while, not everything comes back when they bring you back. So he would be very sure of certain things that actually had no basis in reality. Oh, no, again, Loogie, there's a difference between AZ telling tall tales, which he was exceptionally good at. I loved nothing more than when AZ told an incredibly elaborate story for entertainment purposes, because it was friggin' amazing. He could, anyone who watched the streams with him may well remember him literally monologuing for 45 minutes and me sitting here going, okay, you're not even pausing. How are you breathing? And
he could talk and breathe at the same time.
So I can say something. It was like because he learned how to play didgeridoo and he could do circular breathing, so he didn't have to stop the breath between sentences. But yes, there was nothing that I found more fun than AZ telling an incredibly elaborate story to entertain a crowd. And again, when it was just a fun story and he was just, keeping the crowds happy. You remember that was one of his favorite stories, the cocaine and money at the Northern New South Wales gig at Noosa. It was in Code Grey. He tells that is his best gig ever. that just went so well. He was given bonuses of money and cocaine, and then ended up in an orgy, and then everyone at the orgy went down to swim at the beach at sunrise, and he's just saying like, and his girlfriend at the time, and they'd both been at the orgy, and then they're hugging in the surf, and he goes, and just as the sun comes up and everything's orange, a dolphin arced across the water just in front of us. He said, all I'm saying is that takes beating. It's just like, he killed on stage at a rock show where they don't want to see a comedian, but they loved him anyway. And he, because someone didn't show up, he had to keep going for ages, and he just performed magnificently. So he was given cocaine and money for his performance.
Yes,
And
I remember that.
As a very good story. Oh yeah, Heine, that he loved telling the story in person as well, because it was fun that he could pin out of all the shows he did. He goes, "Oh no, I can tell you the best show. This was the best show." And it's like, 'cause he was in a hostile environment. He was the comedy act between bands, and no one wanted the comedy act. They only wanted bands. But he had the crowd in the palm of his hand, and then he had to do a double set because the other person didn't show up. And the crowd still loved him. And it went so well, he got all the huge bonuses and then went to an orgy. And
An orgy with a mountain of free cocaine.
yeah. And even the way he,
Well.
way he related the story, it's like, I was at the orgy, and it's like, and I thought, my girlfriend was there on the other side of the orgy doing, oh, and the way he oh, you. It's like, why did you have to say, oh, wait, no, I know why you had to say it like that.
So I've got a fun fact from this same article.
In his mouth. But yeah, exactly. There were very few people who were as good a storyteller as him. I just had to pull him up when he was saying some things as fact.
Sometimes he liked to fill in gaps, fill in fact gaps.
Yeah.
And he did it so well that you couldn't tell the difference between truth and untruth.
Yeah.
His
And
truthiness was in question sometimes.
And it was,
Sometimes.
I think it literally was. And this is what he said. It's because, like, well, if you die a couple of times, you actually can't help having a bit of brain damage, and memory is the thing that goes. And he, exactly as you said, he would fill in gaps. He would go, I know this happened, and I know that happened, and I think it's probably connected by this. And he would literally make up stuff that went in and just say it so compellingly.
Yeah,
like even
it was confident.
Yeah, we were talking about conspiracies once, and he'd given me a book on these conspiracies, and I'd read it, and he'd obviously forgotten part of the book, because then it was like simply one of the most famous conspiracies, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the core anti-Semitic conspiracy.
Oh, God.
And he gave me a book where someone had done a lot of research and traced the history of it and whatnot, and he had clearly forgotten parts of that, and so he filled in the gaps, and he filled in the gaps completely wrongly. And I was going to go, you gave me
that's
the
a
book.
word.
Yeah, you gave me the
Wrongly.
book. Wrongly is a word.
Wrongly.
It's like giggling.
Wrongly.
You know? Why are you showing me a picture of a cat? Black. Oh God, Black Phone 2. Okay. I never saw Black Phone 1 because it was one of those horror movies, suspense movies where they told you the entire story in the trailer. You watch the trailer and go, well, I don't have to see that movie because I know the setup, the background, what happens, and how it gets resolved. You idiots.
I saw that. I saw those too.
Yeah, Loogie, yeah, any politician knows the more confidently you say something, the more people are likely to believe you. Never admit that you're wrong, never back down, never deviate. And you don't have to be telling the truth.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a thing.
It is a thing. As humans want someone to tell them something confidently, and it's like, okay, I was full of fear and doubt and uncertainty, but that person said something really confidently, so phew, now I feel better.
And that's how you get Trump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the dickhead.
Yeah.
But what really does my head in is things get progressively worse. So I feel like Trump has probably opened the door for someone worse than Trump, which is
Oh, is
quite
it
challenging to
even
imagine.
Because that, like, we've seen the next level down. Like, we defeated him in the 1940s.
Yeah.
That's the only possible place to go after Trump.
And you've seen people be emboldened by Trump's success say worse and worse things. And
look, all I have to say on the matter is that my family has a long and proud tradition of being paid by the Australian government of being shipped overseas and shooting Nazis.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to say right here, right now, that I would happily volunteer to be equipped and go out and hunt Nazis and shoot them dead right now. Give me a gun, I'll do it for free.
It is kind of funny that the weirdos have gotten into the discourse
family tradition
to such a degree that they call that being woke. Like, they got to a stage where they were even criticizing the last Wolfenstein game for being woke. And I'm like, every single Wolfenstein game has been about fighting Nazis. Fuck is wrong with you? It's we've gotten to a very strange place, is all I'm going to say. It's, very weird.
Yeah,
it's
when Nazis aren't the bad guy, you know society is fucked up.
Yeah. I started watching a video on YouTube. There's a channel I like called Some More News. They do a pretty good podcast too, Even More News. But a guy called Cody Johnson is the main presenter on it. And they're usually quite well researched and humorous left-wing takedowns of right-wing demagogues. And they're doing another Elon Musk one called Elon Musk's Hitler Problem. And the fact he keeps supporting neo-Nazis and white supremacists on Twitter. And it's done in an absurdist, humorous way, which is quite engaging. But they research it really well, and they're one of the ones who do, like, the videos tend to go from anywhere from 30 to 90 minutes. So I don't watch them in one go. It's like, I've got 10 minutes. I'm going to watch 10 minutes, and YouTube will remember where I was up to. If I want to go back to it, I'll watch.
You mean you don't keep the tab open?
I don't. I shut down my computer every night.
So do I. Well, no, I don't actually. But
I keep tabs open when you shut down.
My computer remembers which tabs I had open and pops them back up. God, I die a little every time my tabs get closed on me and I can't retrieve them.
I lose things because I don't save them.
Well, there you go. I have apps installed to help me manage all my open tabs.
Oh yeah, I just go with, you know what? It's a leaf on the breeze. It's gone.
It'll come out in the wash.
That's a deep cut. That's
too soon.
That's too soon. Random reference. Lukey saying you think you don't normally allow them into politics, but Trump slipped through the gaps. So here's the thing: we all thought George W. Bush was the epitome of the moron being
Oh.
elevated to
Yeah.
US president, and Trump is so much worse than George W. Bush.
Remember when? So I remember when George W. Bush retired.
Mm.
I got voted out.
Mm.
It didn't. He served 2 terms, so
had
he
2 terms,
retired.
yes.
Yeah, and he started painting, and
Yes.
it turned out he wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And so everyone was like, "Fuck, he should have just been let into art school. Like, let him be
Really,
an
that
artist."
reminds us of, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? But now we have Trump, and when Trump got into power, suddenly George W. Bush didn't seem that bad, and he
And that's
did a
the thing.
fucking tour of
I know.
like, "Hi everyone, remember me?" And he's a fucking war criminal,
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's
and
like friends with
people
Vietnam.
forget
Mm.
because they see Trump.
Yeah,
It does my head in.
yeah. But that's what does my head in, is Trump has opened the door for someone who's so much worse than him, to the degree that he's worse than George W. Bush. And that's real.
Yeah,
He has lowered the bar. He has lowered the standard of discourse. He has lowered the standard of behavior
yeah.
so far that I think
And there are some
Trump's
truly
too old
evil
to be
people in politics who are riding
yeah.
his coattails,
Oh yeah,
waiting
really,
for him to get into
really,
power again.
really bad people who've just seen, oh wait, basic human decency is no longer a requirement. You can actually be a racist rapist and be president. Fucking A.
Yeah. Loogie, I thought it was a pretzel that he nearly died eating.
No, he showed up
He
and he had a
nearly
bruise
choked
on
on a
his
pretzel.
forehead, and it said at watching the Super Bowl, because he claimed to be a teetotaler because he was a drug addict, alcoholic in his youth.
Both.
Yeah,
and a bit of cocaine.
A lot of cocaine.
just a
claimed,
bit.
He claimed to be a teetotaler, but that whole thing with the bruise, it was he's lying about being a teetotaler. He got drunk at a Super Bowl party and fell over. He didn't choke on a pretzel. He was fucking drunk, and he fell over and hit his head. But he cultured this lie that he was a teetotaler, because you look into his history, he'd been picked up at least twice for drink driving, but because of his connections, he was never charged. And
at least he didn't dodge a war, because he actually flew fighter jets.
No, that's his dad.
No, he did it too.
No, George W. Bush did dodge Vietnam.
Vietnam.
George H.W. Bush did serve in World War II. George W. Bush did dodge Vietnam.
Well, what did? Because he flew fighter planes.
That's Bush Senior.
Because he landed a fighter plane on the deck of an aircraft carrier.
No, he was a passenger.
At the ending of the Gulf War, to declare
mission
victory.
Accomplished.
The whole mission accomplished.
No, he was a passenger. He was not a fighter pilot. His dad was the fighter pilot. Your camera keeps freezing, but it comes back occasionally.
Yeah, it's the thing. Hang on.
That's okay. So
George W. Bush Jr. joined the 147th Fighter Intercept Group of the Texas Air National Guard in 1968, during the Vietnam War. He committed to serve until 74 with 2 years of on active duty while training to fly and 4 years on part-time duty. I was not prepared to shoot my eardrum out with a shotgun to get the blah, 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 blah. So he did flight training in 69. He was recommended to be promoted to first lieutenant, who stood out as a top-notch fighter intercept pilot.
The National Guard stuff was him dodging going to Vietnam.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, sure, but I'll give you that. But he did serve. I mean, National
The
Guard.
National Guard, not the military.
Well, that's still the military.
The Army Reserve.
Like it's still military service. During blah blah blah. And there is a famous picture of him flying.
So I'm looking at
Yeah.
this same Wikipedia
So
page.
George Bush Jr. in his flight gear, landing on the deck. Now there is a picture of George Bush Sr. doing the same.
And he was an actual combat pilot.
Yeah. So I mean, they were both combat pilots, but being in the army, in the reserve,
The National Guard, which he was doing
National
to dodge
Guard.
going to Vietnam.
Yeah. So yes, he was dodging war. I'll give you that. But just because you're in the National Guard or the Army Reserve or whatever reservist organization you're in doesn't mean you're not a part of the military. You still train the same. You still have the same drills. You still are at the same level of readiness. And I will fight anyone who says anything different.
All I'm saying is he got preferential treatment to avoid the draft in Vietnam.
Almost certainly. Yeah. Like he had anything. He had everything but bone spurs. Like
yeah.
But I mean.
Oh yeah. Okay. So and the bone spurs, for those who don't get it, is a reference to Trump, who was nothing but a draft. But I don't even say that as a negative. Like fuck the draft. Fuck forcing people into war. I don't think avoiding conscription is a bad thing. I think conscription is a bad thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, here I am in the unenviable position of defending George W. Bush. Like, I'd rather cross the street than piss on him if he was on fire.
Yeah.
But he did serve, and he did land a jet on an aircraft carrier while he was president.
You find me a specific reference to like that mission accomplished thing. I'm sure he was a passenger. He was not piloting the jet that landed on the aircraft carrier.
Okay, so 17 years
more than
ago, I launched President Bush's jet from the USS Abraham Lincoln. Then President George W. Bush, and there's a picture of him right there, greets sailors on the flight deck after a successful trap aboard. The trap meaning capture, meaning landing. Yeah. Aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln in a S-3B Viking assigned to the Blue Wolves of Sea Control Squadron 35, designated Navy 1. The author of this article is pictured in the yellow behind Bush's left shoulder. Okay. Who remembers President George W. Bush's mission accomplished speech from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier? I was right there when it happened, and I got to play an interesting part in that day in history. Blah, blah, blah. Heading eastward from Hawaii to San Diego on the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier.
Okay, so I'm looking. George Bush made a dramatic deck landing on a warplane which he piloted himself part of the way.
Okay. So he didn't actually do the landing?
I am willing to bet large amounts that he didn't. If you can find something that said,
I mean, he was probably rusty by that time anyway.
He was a passenger on the plane that landed on, which again was dramatic because it's not a zero risk thing to land a jet on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Even as a passenger.
After the president landed, he walked away from Navy One. Okay, so I skipped ahead too. So this article I'm reading is from the perspective of one of the flight deck crew aboard the carrier.
He was definitely in a jet that landed on the aircraft carrier, but he did not pilot the jet into the landing.
Well, we don't know that. Do you know that definitively?
I know that until you can prove he did, he didn't.
Do you?
Yeah, what I'm reading is the grandest thing they're prepared to say is he piloted it part of the way. If he had been piloting for the landing, that would be front and center. I
mean, that sounds right.
He didn't pilot the landing. He was in the plane, which was dramatic enough, and wore all the flight gear and stood in front of the thing that said mission accomplished, which was hilarious because US troops were in Iraq for more than a decade afterwards. It was a fairly gross publicity stunt. But yeah, I'm very comfortable saying he definitely did not pilot the jet to the landing on the aircraft carrier. So, Safa, the National Guard is like the Army Reserve, essentially. They do the training, and Bush was in the Air National Guard, so he was definitely trained as a pilot. He definitely flew as a pilot. And it was also definitely to keep him out of combat in Vietnam. Because he had a very connected family, even before anyone being president. What was hilarious to me is of the three Bush sons, because he was a fucking cokehead alcoholic, Bush Sr. regarded George Jr. as the fuck up of the family and always thought one of the other two sons would make him more proud. But it turns out George W. was just incredibly likable and made people like him and was good at networking, and to the point where people in power said, yeah, we should put him up for president because he makes people like him. And apparently that was one of his real skills, like remembering everyone's name and just being able to schmooze a room. And
okay, so I just read something that confirms he was not in the pilot seat.
Yeah.
which makes sense.
Yeah, it's
'Cause he-
it's
yeah,
insane.
he would have been out of
a
practice.
president would be allowed to take that risk.
In fact, the Secret Service, he wanted to do it in an F-18.
Yeah.
And the Secret Service literally said, no, you can't do that because there's literally just one pilot.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah.
no room for
about the
Secret
plane he was
Service.
trained in. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he wasn't trained in the F-18. It was he flew
Oh really?
F-102s.
Not even the one he was trained in. Jesus. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The F-18 is that's what we have, the F-18 Hornets.
Yeah.
They're a good seaplane, and I think the Blue Hornets, that's what they use as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Yeah, the Navy performance.
Yeah, the ones who do the shows,
planes.
the ones who do the air shows.
Oh, they're the Blue Angels.
The Blue Angels is the American one. The Australian ones are called the Roulettes.
Yes.
Only a couple of weeks ago, I had them flying over my house because they were doing stuff for the Grand Prix.
The Blue Angels, there it is.
I have to admit, the one thing that I love that the Roulettes did, they're doing all their loops and stuff, and the final thing they do is from the perspective of someone in the ground, they fly straight into the sun and they disappear because basically they do a
That's
vertical.
right, they do use F-16s. Sorry,
yes.
Yes.
They fly towards the sun, and so you can't see, and they just get to an altitude where they'd be tiny little dots, but because they flew towards the sun, you just can't see them, and then they fly back to the base. So their final thing is to do this thing that makes it look like they just vanished, which is actually pretty clever.
So I had a model of an F-18 in Blue Angels colors when I was young. So now I'm confused about. Chat's confused.
Oh, I'm confused about many things, but that's
Yeah, me too. It's weird.
I need to know.
Ah!
Yeah, no, look up what they fly.
I'm seeing pictures. I'm seeing all kinds of pictures, but mainly F-18s.
Yeah.
Yeah, F-18 Super Hornets. So
Yeah.
there you go.
There's
I
also
was right the first time.
There's also something else.
I always thought that they use whatever's the latest technology is. So shouldn't they be like flying F-35s?
No, I always thought the Roulettes actually flew out of date ones. Basically stuff that wasn't used for combat anymore.
I'm talking about the American Blue Angels.
The Blue Angels?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know. Those things, I always thought that certainly here the Roulettes used outdated plane.
Yeah, we can't afford to.
Because we can't afford to use cutting edge ones for show. Yeah.
Yeah. We can't afford to give them proper fighter planes.
Sorry, I just had a flashback to when I was at uni. There was this guy who was a mature age student who was a real asshole. He's a pretty big guy, and he used to semi-regularly try to physically intimidate people. And a few of us kind of learned he's full of shit and he's not actually going to do anything, even though he's a pretty big guy. But he would talk about like he'd been training in the Air Force in Australia, and he crashed to train. Things like he bailed out. It's like in training, you can get away with bailing out once and crashing your training jet, but you do it twice and they kick you out. They decide you're never going to go. And he would tell these stories about him crashing the trainer jets, and they kicked him out as if they were really unfair. And we sit there going, I don't know, it kind of sounds like a good decision, dude. You kept crashing the plane.
Yeah.
And so behind his back, we called him Captain Bailout. But but it was just like the way he told the stories with himself as the victim, and we were just like, I don't know, dude. Kicking you out of flight school because you kept crashing planes kind of seems like a good decision.
I literally have a better flight record than that.
Yeah. And I also know someone who like undertook tram driver training in Melbourne, and they never got the job because they had 3 accidents during their training. Obviously, none of them were very serious because it would have been all over the news, but 3 accidents. And again, they were acting like the people who said they couldn't be a tram driver were jerks. And I was like, I don't know. You had 3 accidents. That's
Yeah.
kind of the time you're not meant to be a tram driver, I think.
Yeah, that's like career ending, let alone
And that literally
training
was.
ending.
It's like it was a 3 strikes thing. It was like, oh no, if you
Yeah.
had 3 incidents, you can't be a tram driver. And they were acting like they were the victim, and this was a travesty, a miscarriage of justice. And it's just like, I don't know. If you had 3 accidents while you were training, that's kind of a sign you're
Yeah.
not meant to be a tram driver.
And they'll let anyone be a tram driver.
I know. I really think this person must have like fucked up really badly.
Yeah.
But what was funny is like they can't have been really serious because serious tram accidents get in the news. But even just like minor shit. But it's just you can just go like, no, honestly, the 3 strikes and out seems like a good policy. I'm just,
Especially
I'm
when
not an expert.
you
I'm not an
consider
expert.
how heavy trams are
Yeah.
compared to what they're sharing the road with.
Yeah. It's kind of like the weirdos who decided they were experts when that container ship took out a bridge in the US. And like, the container ship can't do that. And it's like, I'm sorry, those things are thousands of tons. If you knew the basics of physics, I'd explain momentum to you and the amount of force that's involved in a body of that mass that's in motion, and why they couldn't stop it. It's just like, because their engines died, and you can't reverse a ship if the engines aren't working.
Yep.
And
So it just kept
you can't
going.
reverse a ship like that in a hurry, no matter what. But yeah, the self-proclaimed experts, and it's just like, dude, you are failing basic physics at this point. Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I think if a massive fucking ship hits the primary support of a bridge, the fucking bridge is going to fall down. But it's a whole thing. Oh, Lukey, sorry, we talk about stealth stuff. Stealth coding is a bitch to maintain. Yeah, I imagine it is very specialist. Sorry, what are we saying? Oh, Lukey, Isaac Newton is just understanding gravity made. Mavity. I was going to bring up Mavity. You beat me to it.
I even typed it before.
I just saw the trailer for the new season of Doctor Who, and it's like, God damn. I mean, you can fake stuff out with a trailer, but I just have this feeling that young Ncuti Gatwa is going to invigorate the Doctor like nobody's business. And they're very obviously having a musical episode. There's
Oh no.
there's
I
one
don't
episode
like it.
that is super obviously going to be a musical. They haven't teased it, but just there's just a couple of shots. There was no music, but people were obviously doing dance routines, and I'm going, yeah, they're doing a musical episode. They're definitely doing a musical episode. But I'm hanging out to know what the songs are in a Doctor Who musical.
Mm,
But it also
don't know
seems
how
like
I feel about that.
he's wearing, like, the whole thing with the various doctors were they had an outfit they wore. It kind of looks like he's going to wear different gear and even have different hair in every episode. Which is like, cool, that's mixing things up a bit. But I am very much hanging, and I am hoping they keep up with Mavity because they did. In the
Yeah.
last trailer, they keep mentioning Mavity. It's like, oh yeah, it's not our world. The Doctor's not in our world. He's like in an alternate universe. So it's Mavity. And they even threw the stuff in with the toy maker. Is why is there so much stuff over Doctor Who years that contradicts other stuff in Doctor Who years? And it's basically like they suggested the toy maker who can manipulate reality just deliberately fucked up the Doctor's life so the bits don't make sense. They don't. He said, "I made a puzzle of your past." He's just like, I messed everything up. So there's so much in your life that doesn't make any sense because it contradicts other parts of your life. And it's because I can literally manipulate reality. I did that.
So now there are 2 Doctors and 2 TARDISes.
And they swear blind there's not going to be any TV shows with David Tennant in it. I'm going, but really? Can you resist? Really? Can you?
Really? He's there. He has his own TARDIS.
Yeah. And they just were like, no, that was just giving him a happy ending because he had a lot of unresolved stuff and turmoil. And it's like, yeah, but can you resist? Can you? I don't know. But yeah, that was fun. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I know the return of Tennant was a surprise, but they made it worthwhile. It was a good payoff. And you got that thing of the last time the Doctor had visited Donna, he'd like given her a winning lottery ticket as a wedding present, and then when he finds that it's not her money because she gave it away, and then it's like when she remembers all the past, she basically goes, "Oh, fuck you! I gave that money away because some of you was in. I would never have given the money away, but some of you was in me, so I gave all the money away. Oh my god, this is all your fault."
Of course, you would say that. Yeah.
It's like I had. Oh my god, I would have had so much money if I didn't have you in my head. But yeah, he's what? Because Tennant's also done so much since Doctor Who. Done a whole bunch of. I was very intrigued. Like he did that British crime show, Broadchurch, and then they remade it for America with him as the lead again, and
and it didn't
I've
work.
never watched either of them, but I'm like, that's kind of fascinating that happened. That he did the English version and then he was in the American version as well.
What I want to know is how Chris Chibnall could, because Chris Chibnall was the showrunner for Broadchurch.
Yes.
And it was a huge success.
Yes.
And he fucked up Doctor Who royally. Like not even like badly. Like he severely just bent Doctor Who over a table and fucked it. Just completely.
He doesn't have a lot of fans for what he did on Doctor Who.
No. He just completely screwed Doctor Who over. He owes every Doctor Who fan an apology for what he did.
He's not as bad as Zack Snyder, but he doesn't seem to get the old thing of show don't tell, and that he was really in tell don't show, and that he had the Doctor particularly just saying in dialogue what was happening, and it's going.
He also just didn't know how to write a script. All his scripts were boring, and as a showrunner, he just brought that lack of energy to the show.
Yeah,
he was just.
And I think he had a great cast. I think Jodie Whittaker was a good Doctor. I think all the companions were good. I didn't dislike any of the companions. I liked the risks they took with companions, particularly putting an old guy as a companion. That was
2 old guys.
Yeah, and it was just like, wow, all the actors are good. All the characters are good.
And Yazteen.
Yeah.
The ship name. Yasmin and 13.
Yes.
That was supposed to pay off and didn't.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, he sort of wimped out of paying off on that. But,
so close. So close.
Yeah, but yeah, it was weird how
in my heart
you can kind of see the pieces and it never came together. And everyone just goes, yeah, it's Chibnall's fault. And I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Let's blame him. It's kind of like, because old school Doctor Who, when it started to go off the road, the term showrunner didn't exist back then. It was producer. And it was John Nathan Turner. Everyone agrees John Nathan Turner fucked Doctor Who. Started about halfway through Tom Baker's run, where he started essentially removing everything people liked about Tom Baker because he decided it was too weird. And everyone's going, but that's what we like about him. And I did like Peter Davison as the Doctor. He was weirdly bland compared to Tom Baker, but I liked.
He was peak white guy.
Yeah, and then Colin Baker, that's when I stopped watching.
Colin Baker was just bizarre.
And
but then
Sylvester
what's his
McCoy.
face? He was awesome.
Yeah, but
he brought it all back.
No, I'd stopped watching.
See, that's when I started watching again, and then the show got cancelled.
Yeah.
And Ace fucking just kills a Dalek with a fucking baseball bat. How cool was that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, and that was the producer's fault, John Nathan Turner. He was making all the decisions that fucking killed the show. Then they had the failed reboot with the movie with Paul McGann. Again, Paul McGann, great actor, actually makes a good Doctor. And he's apparently done a whole bunch of audio Doctor Who.
Yeah, the radio, radio specials and audio specials.
Oh my God, that anniversary short,
where
it's like someone's in the Time
with
War
the
and the
Sisterhood of Khan.
And heard, I need a doctor, and Paul McGann bursts in and goes, I'm a doctor, but probably not the one you were expecting. That was such a good line.
Yeah, I know that.
And that was a perfectly kept secret. No one knew that was coming.
And
it
was great.
And they did the whole thing of the regeneration into the War Doctor, because he was saying, like, I can't fight a war. That's not me. I can't do it. And so the Sisterhood gives him the power to fight a war.
Yes,
but
the Sisterhood of Khan.
Yeah,
who are an offshoot of High Gallifreyans.
Yeah, which goes back to Tom Baker as well. They were originally in the Tom Baker storyline. But just that line, Paul McGann bursting in, I'm a doctor, but probably not the one you were expecting. That was so good. And there was a weird thing they did. It was called the 4.5 Doctors or something. It was four guys from the original series. And they were all trying to convince the BBC to put them in the anniversary.
Do you remember the bit where they're breaking into the studio and it's got the background music from the old shows in, and they finally make it into the studio and it changes to the background music from the new series, and they're like, what? And the music becomes diegetic. And so they go like, what happened? So they go back outside and it goes back to the old music. It's like that just does me every time.
And also, they were working with Paul McGann, and at some point he just stopped returning their calls, and they were like, I
Yeah.
don't know what happened to him. Where is he? That's because he actually literally got a gig.
And they
That-
did
that
end
was
up
very funny.
being it did end up getting into the special, but then that scene got cut right
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah.
Ah.
I've got all that on disc. I've got the anniversary stuff on
I've
disc.
got it on my Plex server as well.
Yeah, it's very good. I haven't watched it in ages, but it's very good. I feel like rewatching the recent specials because I've only watched them once, and I feel like they probably lend themselves to a rewatch. But maybe in the lead up because I think it's next month, May, they start showing new Doctor Who. So maybe want to rewatch the specials prior to the new season starting. But yeah, I'm hoping it's good because at the very least, I'm going to enjoy the new Doctor Who because it's going to piss off all the right-wing reactionaries because it's definitely got multiracial and gay stuff all the way through.
You should do an old school Angry Aussie video just on that and see how much hate it brings out.
Yeah,
Just
I
like you
still
did.
occasionally get the fucking weirdos on the Lord of the Rings one I did, and just how Lord of the Rings helps you spot a racist.
Yeah, and now you can do a how Doctor Who lets you spot a racist or a homophobe.
Yeah, and a transphobe and whatnot. And I was seeing someone who thought they were progressive on Facebook going, "Oh, it's just like all this stuff was shoehorned in," and I'm going like, which bit, do you think is not acceptable? Was it the trans character or the disabled character that you think was gratuitous? And you'd be happier if they just didn't put a trans character or didn't put a disabled character in the show, because that's a fucked up attitude right there. That you just go, oh no, that character existing is tokenistic. Honestly, people in wheelchairs probably don't think it's tokenistic to have a character in a wheelchair in an action show. They probably don't think that's tokenistic. It's probably nice to finally get some representation. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Slow down now.
Yeah, but it was kind of bizarre when I saw people going like, "Oh no, it's just like, oh, just everything's in there," and I go, "Oh really? Jesus!" By that you mean a bunch of people who don't fit the able-bodied cis het stereotype. Okay, cool.
You mean like life?
Yeah. Oh, why did you have someone in a wheelchair in it? Because people in wheelchairs exist? What the fuck?
I know. How odd is that?
And again,
people exist.
Right-wing reactionaries, it's like, well, I expect them to be fuckwits, but people who think they're progressive just going like, ugh, and they usually resist saying woke because they know how that makes them look if they say that. But they're just like, oh no, it was kind of gratuitous. They were just kind of, yeah, this gratuitous how they had these characters existing.
How dare they?
I know, right? But yeah, because there was a quite important unit character in the wheelchair, and she had one line I really liked when they're in the warehouse and shit's going, and the soldiers went to go up the stairs, and then they paused because they felt really awkward because obviously their superior in the wheelchair can't follow them, and she said, "Don't make me the problem. Just get to work." And they go, "Okay."
Yeah.
And that was a line that pissed people off. Like, it's like, oh, but why do you have to like do that? And it's like, I don't know. Just because people exist and they're real.
Why are people awful?
Yeah, I'm going to
Just
complain
Stop
when
it.
when the Fallout shows on that there's the character, you know, where his nose has been sliced off. I'm just going to go on forums and complain like, ugh, why do they have to put their no-nose agenda on us and have character with no nose in there? You know, I have a nose. Why doesn't everyone else have noses? But I love that actor. I didn't even, because the prosthetics are so good. I didn't even realize Walton Goggins.
What show
that's
is
his name.
this?
Fallout. There's a streaming series based on the video game Fallout.
Really?
Yeah, it's
I had
about to
no
start
idea.
on Prime. No, it's going to start in the next month actually possibly in the next week or two on Prime. This is one of the ones I'm hanging out for. And Walton Goggins is the character, and I love him most from, he was in Justified, which is a show I just love so much. Him and Timothy Oliphant as guys who grew up in a coal mining town in fucking buttfuck nowhere in the southern US, and they're on opposite sides of the law in thing. But also, I just love the name Walton Goggins. Like, fuck yeah, that's a name.
It certainly is a name.
And I knew it was him because in the trailer, he's the face of the advertising for the vaults in
Okay.
that convinces all the people to go down in vaults. But he obviously is still on the surface when everything goes tits up. And so he's all irradiated and burnt, and he's like got no nose. And the prosthetics were so good. When I saw the pictures, I had no idea that was him. But then I saw the trailer, and he's doing the ads for the vaults. And then they cut, and he's talking. And go, oh, that's Walton Goggins. Nice effects. I fucking never would have picked that's who that is playing that particular character. But I don't know. It looks like it's going to be a lot of action. I feel like there's buttloads of fan service in, like the big power armor suits and the freaky wilderness monsters, and Razor's come back with brain dead Godzillas with a nuclear. I don't know. I feel like you're in the same ballpark. We were talking about Fallout, but I mean, what's coming up? So you've surprised me. I didn't know Disco was already available, so I'm definitely going to watch that. Fallout's coming up in the next week or so. In the next month or so is the Dead Boy Detective Agency, which is a Sandman spin-off, which I watched the trailers for, and I'm like, okay, you can fake out trailers, but that actually looks pretty good. So it's, yeah, the Dead Boys are literally side characters from Sandman. They literally died and they escaped from hell, and they're ghosts, and they kind of think their abilities as ghosts would make them good detectives. So they open a detective agency. It's the Dead Boy Detective Agency. So,
but why are they doing it?
Because they're still on the corporeal plane, even though they're dead, and they're trying to stay
they could
one.
Do anything else.
Oh, they're English boys, so they think that being a detective is awesome, and they're trying to stay one step ahead of death and the forces of hell. Death both wants them to just stay dead, and the forces of hell want them back in hell.
Anything else?
I know, but they decide to be detectives. Yeah. I think, Raze, I think you're right. I think there's a Hitman equivalent of Tinder that Pat is on, and he's just going, swipe left. Oh, that's a good one. Swipe right. I'll take that one. Look at him go, no, that's not what I'm doing. Why would you say that? What would, okay, now I've got to come up. What would a Hitman version of Tinder be called?
Hitter.
Yeah, yes, with no E. Hitter with no E. Yeah.
Hitter.
HITTR.com. Yeah, see? He's just confirming he's just going to go out and take someone out later.
Yeah, true.
Do you think like Amazon? There's like is it an Amazon equivalent? It's just like a store of targets that you can. Oh, it should just be called Target, really. Or Trigger Me.
Trigger me.
Now that we've said it, if Target wasn't already taken, I think it should just be called Target, and you should just go in there and find targets. That would be a thing. But oh, I think I need to take a loo break.
Yeah,
I think I need to take a sleep break.
That's fair. It's almost midnight.
Yeah, and I have to get up early tomorrow because this birthday party I'm going to starts
right,
at
you-
midday.
An early
And
birthday
it's
party.
yeah,
that's cool.
and it's ages away, and I got to catch like a train.
Oh
an
yeah.
hour.
So you probably need to get some sleep.
Yeah.
right. So I might.
So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I might put AIDSy on for 5 minutes.
Oh, man.
Where are we? My video.
Ugh.
Da-da-da-da. That's it. Let's do that. All right. So you going sleepy bobos, Abigail?
I am.
So Reese, you're here for the long haul. Okay, I just need to take a toilet break. Dr. Abigail's going bye-byes. Pat's going to stay here long enough to establish an alibi before he causes havoc in the criminal underworld.
Oh, yeah, man. Another word.
Someone's. I'd like to think
Another
Pat
word.
wakes them up. He gets to their beds at 2 or 3 a.m. and they're asleep. These terrible underworld characters, and I like to think that he wakes them up, and so they groggily look up and just see this smiling cherubic face. And it's the last thing they see.
Yeah. Another word. Another word, good.
How did this ever get the trouble is, Pat, you're just the nicest guy ever. That's why we had to invent a diabolical backstory for you. Oh, cool. Luke, you got nothing. Okay, I'm literally just going to take a toilet break. So I'm going to put zombie AIDSy on. Dr. Abigail, go night.
Good night, everyone.
Hi, Doc. Get easy.
So I'll put AIDSy on for 5 minutes. And I'm going to go to the loo.
Yeah, now find out.
All right. His jaw's just starting to fall off. That's all right. Oh. You heard Pat was outside Alphonse Ganjitano's back door just before he arrived.
What?
I'm not sure. Pat might be too young to have taken out Alphonse Ganjitano.
No.
There's plenty of other dirty figures in the world. So I feel like last Friday I kind of fucked myself up a bit by having 2 freezer martinis. So I went and got the freezer martini. I think I'll only have 1 freezer martini tonight.
I say you're the one drunk.
Not me, mate. I'm not
No.
drunk, and you're not the most feared hitman in the underworld.
That's that. Yeah, I saw you get on drunk be on Friday.
Oh yeah, last Friday.
Yeah, you're the really drunk. That
Me?
day. Yeah, I saw you.
That doesn't sound.
No, I look more fun. Yeah.
Dude, I'm trying.
Weird.
I'm trying to cover for you, man. I don't get drunk, and you don't kill people. It's It's Oh man, that is good. Also potent. So I'm definitely only, even though that is extremely tasty, only going to have 1. I mean, yeah, it's very manly chat. Oh, Raisy's going to join. Okay, be very manly chat. Raise joins us. Wicked. Oh dear. Putting the orange peel in the martini, not traditional, but what the hey, we're just having fun.
I saw that.
Oh my god, that's so good. Yum. Well, okay. It's going to be a little bit of an effort of willpower to not have another one, but I did definitely mess myself up last Friday night by having 2.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
I feel like that was the tipping point. 2 freezer martinis, because these are very strong.
What the hell? That's big.
This is
That's
rocket
bad.
fuel, mate. This is rocket fuel. So
That's pretty strong.
yeah. But I slowed down. God, okay, it's midnight. So I had 3 cocktails in the first hour and I was feeling drunk. No, Safa, I'm trying to be responsible. I did not get snacks while I was out there. Just the freezer martini. Raise once a link. Yeah, here we go, buddy. What movie did I watch this week? Oh, Oppenheimer. I'd see Pat goes to the movies.
Yeah.
I hardly ever go
I
to the
do that.
cinema. I watch stuff at home, but because I could watch Oppenheimer at home, I finally watched Oppenheimer. Really liked it. Thought it was good. But yeah, we've been watching shows. We watched 3 Body Problem on Netflix, which is a pretty trippy science fiction one. I did like that. And yeah, now we're watching one called Renegade Nell, which is fun. Speaking of renegades, it's Rays. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, goddamn, what a
Big
day.
day?
Yeah.
Big day?
It's been a big week, man. I've been nothing but security for like.
Yeah.
Oh. You can imagine the shit I've seen.
Oh,
So-
man.
I won't say the venue, but just to put in perspective, one night I threw out 64 people at once. The very next night, we found a kitchen knife that was. Oh, shit, I'm trying to get the camera.
Oof.
About that big.
All right, I do that near.
Whoa.
Yeah, kitchen knife was about that big, just hidden,
Oof.
waiting for someone. So,
Oh no. Yeah,
That's big.
that's not good.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I took today off though. This is
Oh, chill out time now.
the most busy day of the week. Take it off.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just got to do it.
Yeah. So I came home yesterday. This is pretty cool. I don't know
Yeah.
about the animal rights activists, but this is pretty cool. Came home yesterday. I
Yeah.
seen my cat was a bit, how you going? Then out of nowhere, what? And a mouse just comes flying out of nowhere. She's been beating the shit out of a
Oh,
mouse.
she was messing with the mouse. Yeah.
I still look on my at my old Freya.
You got
there,
mouse
there.
running around there. Yeah.
Yeah, one big.
Yeah. Well, you're like on a farm, aren't you, Pat?
No.
No.
One
Sorry.
my house.
Everything outside of Melbourne, I just assume is a farm, mate.
Yeah. He's like Sydney.
Oh yeah. Man.
That's right. You want my cat to get along real well, Pat. Like she just killed a mouse,
Yeah. It's a while since either of our cats did, but I do remember every now and then there'd be a dead either mouse or baby rat. It's hard to be sure in the neighborhood, but every now and then there would be one. It's kind of left as a trophy. But then they got old and bored. The funniest thing to me, like we've only got the one cat now, but we have all these birds in the backyard, just pigeons and freaking minor birds. But cat wanders around, doesn't stalk them at all. The birds just completely ignore her because they're just like, no, this one actually is not a threat, just does not stalk us at all. And to me, it's just kind of funny to see a cat wandering around and all the birds just going, that's not a real cat. It's not dangerous.
Yeah, she hates birds. She usually just throws them in a litter box for me. Like she'll kill a mouse, throw it in a litter box, and just throw it out, So it's kind of convenient. But yesterday she was so mad that she slapped it up at the door when it was done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I was thinking there's one of those weird surprises that people don't realize. There's a video someone had like a cat that was kind of playing with a mouse the way it did. And it's like either on a farm or people just kept chooks in their backyard. And the cat's playing with a mouse and just kind of going, no, you can't get away. And this friggin' chicken runs up and grabs the mouse and throws it back. And this chicken swallows the mouse whole. And people don't realize chickens and most birds are carnivores. And
they're dinosaurs. They've got the genetics of them.
They're little dinosaurs.
Like raptors or something, yeah.
Yeah, they're little dinosaurs. But watching the thing where a cat's just playing with the mouse and not killing it, and a chicken just runs up and goes, well, if you're not going to eat it, I will. And just runs up and goes, whoop, and throws it back and swallows it. And the best bit is the cat sort of sitting there like, oh, okay.
That's so weird.
The cat's just, what was that about? She's like, damn.
I love cats, but they're evil, man. Like, I don't care what anyone says. Cats are some of the most vicious little fucking animals you'll ever have. Like, if they could be bigger, we'd be doomed.
Oh yeah, well, wildcats are so dangerous.
Yeah, tigers, they're like the most dangerous thing. Like, tigers are ridiculous.
But even this is what trips me out in the US. They have their mountain lions, cougars, whatever you want to call them. You get people who just go jogging around the edges of LA. There'll be signs like, no, don't go up here.
Yeah, don't do that.
There are mountain lions up here. They'll kill you.
Yeah. I'm kind of scared of that shit in America. I'm not going to lie. That's why I want to get a gun, because I don't like bears and I don't like mountain lions. I've seen enough shit about them.
Even just like in the suburbs of LA once when I was there, just like in a supermarket car park, there was a fucking coyote in the car park.
That wasn't a coyote, that was a crackhead.
Well, coyotes are the crackheads of the dog world, I think.
Yeah, Lugie, I don't wonder that at all. I know why you carry guns. I've been to America. I've experienced some things in life. All right, I understand exactly why you used to. I don't agree that you should all have them. I think there should be some rules on them, definitely a little bit more stricter. But I fully understand why Americans have guns.
But yeah. Oh yeah. And Lugie, just the area where you is pretty, at least semi-rural, from what you tell me. Although I used to joke, my oh, what do you got there? Oh, magpie friend. Love
my pet.
magpies.
That's
Yeah,
my pet.
so many, lots of magpies in our area that everyone feeds so they don't swoop us.
My pet in here. You know what? I'm gonna get it up, get a see me there. Hello, pet. You know that? My dad go eat the patties, eat you know that, and once my pet get inside, poo inside my house.
Well, magpies are going to do that, mate. If you let them inside, they're going to poo inside. It's
My
I
car's
don't
like
know.
my car is like shit magnet.
I am out. I'm a worker. I don't know. My dad said, "Oh, put to inside." Oh, what? I don't know. I don't know.
I just picture going to Pat's house and it just being a pile of bird shit now. Like it's just sitting in the corner, just a big
I
fucking
don't
pile.
know. No, now.
That's what he does with some of his targets. He ties them up in the backyard and just lets his pet magpie.
Yeah, give him rabies.
No, my pet's a bit better.
Your pet's well behaved. Oh, also,
Yeah.
bobcats, I reckon, are super cute. That you don't necessarily want to pat one, but they're amazing looking things.
Yeah, man, I love them in Police Academy.
Yeah, oh, Bobcat Goldthwait. That guy is so funny. Oh, Jesus. He's a crazy man. Just built the whole thing about that.
He was like best friends with Robin Williams or something, wasn't he? Like,
Yeah,
something about
I
that.
think so. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a fact about America I found out that fucked me up. So we've got more species of snakes in Australia, but they've actually got more snakes in general as a population because rattlesnakes and the copperheads just like breed so much that they're just everywhere.
Yeah, you want to be careful of those mofos, definitely. But yes, we have more diversity in our snake population here, I think.
Yeah, see, we're more multicultural with our snakes.
Yeah. You're freaky aggressive mofos. Oh, God. So we were talking about this the other day, though, but the story that people had pythons as pets, they're like South American pythons, and in Florida, people thought, oh, they got too big. I'm going to let them go in the swamp. And they actually adapted to the swamp. They don't have predators in the swamp. And they're like even killing the gators in the swamp. And so people are catching these freakishly large pythons, like, 5, 6, 7 meters long, in Florida. And these things, they're just fucking killing everything in the Everglades. Birds, gators, other snakes. It's just like, God damn.
It's like Colombia with hippopotamuses because Pablo Escobar's hippos
Pablo
just
Escobar
randomly
put the
fucking
animals
got
in.
out. And now there's just this whole area of breeding hippos that's just killing everything.
And hippos are so fucking dangerous. They're psycho.
Yeah.
They're incredibly dangerous animals. They're way more dangerous than lions to humans.
Yeah, to humans. I think tigers are more dangerous than lions in the sense of they're more likely to attack you, but lions are stronger.
Yeah, but they're a bit less likely to attack humans. But yeah, talk to people in India. Tigers, bad news.
Yeah, and I think there's only like one area that they're in. Like it's not like there's heaps of them, but they have so many attacks.
Yeah, they're again, people underestimate how fucking big tigers and lions are. They're like horses. They're so fucking big. We had, like, growing up in Dubbo, we had the zoo, the Western Plains Zoo, and there was a tiger enclosure, which was pretty neat. You're meant to look at the thing where there's a moat and the tigers are down there. You're looking down towards them, but you can actually walk around the back where there's like a chicken wire cage around them. And I remember my sister, probably when she's still a teenager or early 20s, with her friends were there. And I don't know, they were wearing thongs. She was wearing thongs, and one of them sort of, I don't know, took one of her thongs and shoved it through a gap in the fence. And she's reaching through a hole in the fence to get her thong back. And the tiger came. And it managed to catch the end of her thong before she didn't get her, but got the end of her thong before, and it was like one of those thick ones, not just a ring, and it just ripped through this multi-layer thong. And she was showing it off later and going like, and we're like, but you had your arm in.
Have you not seen Tiger King?
that thong is tougher than your arm. But one time happened because they have some animals are actually let run around in the zoo, kangaroos, wallabies, and even some deer. And one time, all the tourists are at the tiger enclosure taking pictures, and a kangaroo jumped the fence and sort of landed in the moat and was swimming towards the land. And apparently the tigers just went, hello, that's alive. And they got it. And with all these tourists taking pictures, tigers just fucking ripped it apart.
Yeah.
And I remember the stories in the paper. The zookeepers were going like, okay, on one level, it's unfortunate that one of our kangaroos got ripped to shreds. But he said, honestly, as a learning thing, I'm kind of glad it happened, because the people aren't taking these tigers seriously, and they're murder machines. Like, if you were at their mercy, they would kill you so quick.
You think about the Harambe incident, right? Like, I get the whole meme, like, oh, R.I.P. Harambe. He's still a fucking gorilla, man. A kid got in his enclosure. Like, you can sit there and go, they shouldn't have killed him. He's a fucking gorilla. Like, all right, they trank him. He still has a few seconds to rip that kid limb from limb, you know? Like, what do you
literally
want
in
to do?
a second, he could have. The weird thing is, gorillas aren't as dangerous as chimpanzees. Chimpanzees are fucking murderers.
They're dicks. They rip your dick off.
Yeah, but
Pat, they really do, Pat. I'm not joking.
Gorilla having it like half a second. Mind you, the dicks out for Harambe memes cracked me up. That was so funny. That was hilarious.
Memes.
That was hilarious.
I remember, when would that been? Probably 90s, maybe 80s. I remember seeing a report on it, actually at Melbourne Zoo. Someone jumped in the tiger enclosure. They broke into the zoo and jumped in it to kill themselves. And like, because of that, like, they've just had to enclose all this area up and shit. Like, you can't go. It's just like one person can fuck it up for everyone. So
there was one in the US as well, because there's a famous biblical story, Daniel in the lion's den, where a favored son of Israel, Daniel, was thrown to the lions, but the lions didn't touch him. Where this guy, who is clearly unhinged,
and then you forget one bit, then they throw the other guards in, and the fucking lion rips them apart.
But a few years ago, some fucking unhinged wacko evangelical jumped into the lion enclosure in a zoo, just walking with his arms out, going, "The Lord will protect me." Same deal. The lions just went, "Fuck me." Look do you see that waving bit of food over there? And the people who saw it just went like, the lions just kind of looked at him for a bit and just went, "Fuck it, I guess we'll eat him." And because he walked for a while, so he clearly thought, yes, the Lord is protecting me. And because it's almost like the lions couldn't believe it. They're going, for real? Is that guy just... okay, let's fucking kill him and eat him. And while all these tourists were watching, this guy just got fucking ripped apart by the lions. And just like,
that's how a dude with a brain injury decided to make a video about you being a nuclear physicist or something.
That's fucking weird. Like, of the various things I have said, I have definitely never said I was a scientist, but
That
just
I don't even
friggin'
think you've
weird.
said you're a mixologist.
That's the most science I'll cop to. Yes, the science of mixology. That Jesus. That that goes
You
fucking
said the
weird.
magic words. You know what to do. Dicks out for Harambe.
It was that whole Harambe meme thing cracked me up. I thought that was hilarious. Occasionally I just love the internet and its weirdness, and Harambe was definitely one of the times where it's just like, and you got people who weren't terminally online going, "The fuck are these people talking about?" And I just went, and they're like, "Are they really upset about the gorilla?" Well, yes, no, kind of, maybe, but it's just a joke now. So you, everyone's just making memes about the gorilla now.
My favorite was Area 51 raids. Some of them memes were like the greatest things on earth.
The whole Area 51 raid thing was hilarious.
And then they just went out there and had a bush stuff.
Yeah, there were definitely some good Area 51 memes. But yeah, it's just because one guy did the event thing like storm Area 51. They can't shoot us all. And he just did it as a joke, and it just kept getting spread and spread to the point where tens of thousands of people said they were going to. And you can just imagine the military going,
people went. Like, there was so many of them.
A lot of people went, yeah.
If that's not an episode of Big Les Show, I don't know what is. Like, that was a straight up episode.
Big Les is so fucking weird. Which I love how weird Big Les is, but I want to know if they are gonna release their video game, because I did see some demo stuff they posted.
Yeah, they did.
They did release it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not actually Big Les. It's not Big Les. They released it like some. I don't know. It was like some website you can go and download it. I'm not sure what it was, but
Big Les video game.
Because I've seen the videos on YouTube for it.
It's on Steam.
Is it? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. Oh no, it's coming soon.
Is it? I've seen the gameplay for it. It looks pretty fun.
Yeah, no, I've seen gameplay videos on YouTube, and it looks silly as hell, and I legit would probably get it.
That one that was Rick and Morty was pretty fun. I forget what it's called, but it was like your little alien guns and shit, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it just seems like a very cartoony shooter, and honestly, from what I see of it, I would absolutely get it.
Look, we are insane, man. Like, if you look at humanity and realize that we have people slaughtering people over the name of a god, like, you know, that is insanity. Like,
look, I love what you're saying about aliens trying to decipher our jokes, but like, meme culture moves so fast. If you take yourself out of it, it only takes 6 months before you've got no fucking idea what people are talking about, because meme culture morphs so fast. You have to kind of dive in and go, what the fuck is that? And you find out a meme that people are sharing is like a third level meme. It's a reference to a reference to a reference to a meme. And it was like, Jesus, okay.
These Nuts was my favorite one. When that happened, I lost my shit. Some of them were just like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh shit, he's taking photos. He's gonna kill me.
No, he's just swiping left and swiping right again. Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I love memes, but I don't like the memes when they actually have people. Like, you know, when you see those, like, it's clearly mentally challenged people, you know, like, or some kid that's done something ridiculous. Like, all right, I get it, but they're a kid. Leave them alone. Their life's still ahead of them, you know?
Yes. Yeah, try not to be too harsh on kids, but I see a few people post a thing that someone came up with. Do you remember Filthy Frank on YouTube?
Sounds familiar.
It's like a channel from like 15, 16 years ago. And he was... visuals were the subject of many, many memes. But the idea was Filthy Frank was like the worst sort of degenerate YouTuber you could imagine. And people posting it going like, yeah, that just wouldn't work now, because the original joke was Filthy Frank was the worst, most degenerate YouTuber you can imagine, but just your average influencer online now is so much worse than the fictional Filthy Frank was. Real people are so much worse that the joke wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, that's what Beavis and Butthead. People used to get like so upset about Beavis and Butthead and some things they'd say. And now you look at it and you're like, it's so like radio plays worse than that, you know?
Yes. Yeah, no. Beavis and Butthead are intelligent compared to a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like every time you think you've defined what a really stupid person is, give it a few years and you'll see someone who's worse. And I'm just like, oh, damn.
Well, that's the funny thing. Me and my fiance were talking about this. So throughout the generations, you get the like, oh, my generation, your generation's this. Yeah, we're better than you, smarter, you know? But
Yeah.
I genuinely think this current generation that we have right now, the like Gen Z, whatever it is, that generation is probably the smartest one I've ever seen come out, because they've stopped giving a fuck about all the bullshit. They don't push it, like, you know, what they're pushing is equality. They're not pushing some crap that's like, oh, equality, but fuck you. Like, they're just be you. Who gives a shit? You want to be out there, you know?
Yeah.
And it's starting to show. Like, I got a feeling that TV and all that's going to start changing with it. And I'm kind of hyped on it, eh? Like, I want to see.
Yeah, I reckon you might be right. Yeah. I have to admit, I love stuff like lazy quitting and all that stuff where they were just going like, no, I'm going to go into my work, but work is shit. It's not my life. I'm going to go in, do the bare minimum, get
and then go home.
And then go home. Like, fuck this idea that this job is my life. No way.
Yeah.
I'm down with it. I love that was it. Quiet quitting.
Quiet quitting. Yeah.
That was the right word. Yes. The Zoomers, I fucking love it when they're just like, yeah, you know that stuff you're selling me? That's bullshit. It's just like, yeah, fucking stick it to the man.
They literally sit there now and they're like, major companies pay you minimum wage. I can start a business doing what I do and make more. Why wouldn't I just do that? And now major business is like, oh, we've got no workers. Yeah, because they've worked out that they can make more.
You treated your workers like shit. And it's like, yeah. But, whenever I see younger generations ripping on older generations, even though I'm the older generation and the target, and there are, it's just like, fuck yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Old people,
they're not wrong.
Fuck them.
They're not wrong though. Like, you look at the state of the world. It's not like they were born and were like, yeah, we're gonna fuck the world up. Like, we all fucked it well before this. Like,
I think because one of my favorite sort of jokes is about fuck around and find out, and someone young saying, I'm so pissed off that all these people from the fuck around generation are telling me what to do, but I'm the find out generation.
Yeah.
Like, you've been fucking around for decades, and I'm in the generation that finds out what happens when you fuck around for decades.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're not wrong.
I've had this discussion for a few times now. Like, you look at World War II, the war to end all wars, which was followed by a war. You know what I mean? Exactly. And like, now they're like, we're on the brink of World War III, and it's just like, what was World War II? That was a pointless fucking war, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, every now and then when politicians or media people just really want to amp up, and they pick on China these days, and they really want to amp up rhetoric and go, oh, we've got to be ready more. And I just want to grab them by the throat and just smack them into a wall a few times and go, You should be doing everything in your power to avoid a military conflict because it's just going to kill millions of people for
yeah.
no good fucking reason. And you are just casually going like, war, we should be ready for war with China. Like, you need to be fucking smacked around with a wet fish.
Everyone talks, be war ready. Like, it was just the other day, you would have seen it though, like our military's numbers are right down and we need to do a recruitment. Why?
Yeah.
As long as our borders are protected, who gives a shit? You know, like
the idea of being expansionist is like, oh yeah, we should join the AUKUS alliance with the US and have nuclear submarine. Like, dude, we can't do shit against China. If China actually decided to do anything outside its borders,
yeah,
everything's fucked. Everything is fucked. We're just really lucky China is very inwardly focused, because if they, even to the US standard of wanting to control things around the world the way the US has since World War II, if China did that, we'd all be fucked because it would just be nasty shit all around.
nothing to say on that subject.
And
all
we
I'm saying is,
legit.
yeah. All I'm saying is, I love America. I love their people.
Yeah, I love the freedom.
Yeah, it's freedom. All the freedom. Guns.
Okay.
Give me all the guns.
Old people fucked up the world. Fuck them. Yeah. Yes, you feel old at 32. Well, what I love is what the first times I saw like teenage Zoomers making 20-year-old millennials feel old. I forget what it was, but it was an article where someone who was, they were like 27 and they were playing music from their youth to a 14-year-old saying, what do you think of this music? And the kids listening to the music, and it happened to be, it was a few years ago. It's like where every big song had the drop, you know, it'd be boom, and they were listening to this song going like, when's the drop coming? And they listened to it for a while longer and they went, oh, this is sorry, this is old people music, isn't it? And a 27-year-old being told that their favorite song was old people music. And I was just like, yep, fucking deal with it. That's what, and it's usually when it happens. It's usually somewhere in your mid-20s,
yeah.
A teenager tells you that you're really fucking old, and you just go, fuck off.
You hit it on the head once, perfect. I remembered it too. Like, I remember growing up and always sitting there waiting for that moment. You once said, once you think the music's shit and your music's better, that music's not for you and you've gotten fucking old. Get over it.
Yeah. That's what I always say to people when they go like, oh no, but really music today is shit. I'm going, dude, you are the old person from every generation.
Yeah.
Every generation does this, and every generation thinks they're right. And
it was
it's
28
like,
when it was for me. And I remember, I think it was something like fucking Young Boy or something. What was that?
Ready got old. You got man.
Yeah.
Well, see, and also it doesn't upset me because I know I am old. It's when someone does it to you in your 20s that hurts.
My dad said you. Oh, wait, I swear you're old.
Your dad said I'm old.
My dad said.
I'm gonna tell fucking magpie.
I'm old.
My dad said. I didn't. I said. My dad said.
No, you didn't say it. Your dad said it. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have been like 28, and it was like, I don't know, it was some hip hop song. And like, it was when remember when mumble rap was a thing, and they were.
Oh, okay, yeah, no.
So I heard it, and I was like, "This is fucking shit." It just clicked. I was like, "Damn, it happened."
Yeah, the weirdest thing is, I got more into pop music than it used to be. Like when I listen to contemporary music, it's kind of like, yeah, like I can go on like YouTube Music and see what I've been listening to, and it's because I go for new releases and I hear some stuff on Triple J and get it. So
yeah,
if I'll get a mix of the the young people stuff. God, it does all these
He's going
different
to come back with
mixes.
WAP by Nicki Minaj or whatever her name is.
Oh yeah, actually, I don't listen to a lot of American music.
Better.
But okay, honestly, one of the younger, she's probably not really young. Young people probably think she's old, but Amy Dark is someone I got into. So if I pick an Amy Shark song and it auto generates a playlist, his ones are like Spacey Jane, Matt Corby, DMA's Alex Lee, Thelma Plum. Yeah, I like all those, and that's okay. But they're all pop. Like I never used to be so into pop. I was more into rock, and maybe hip hop. And these days, when I look at the contemporary music coming out, the stuff that appeals to me is the pop stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
You know what'll make you feel old though?
yeah.
You know, next year will be 35 years since Thunderstruck come out.
Okay, I was literally just thinking of one that would make me feel old. How long have Hilltop Hoods been around?
They would have been.
They've got to be in their 40s, if not 50s now.
Yeah, they'd be in their 40s. They were pretty young when they started.
Yeah.
I'd say probably that would have been 2003, I want to say, around about.
All right. I'll look at their Wikipedia entry. Formed in 96.
Yeah, but they didn't get big till in 2000s.
So that's like 28 years. 28 fucking years they've been going.
Yeah.
Like a 28-year-old pop star seems old, but they've been doing the music for 28 years.
Yeah.
So, for instance,
and they're still huge.
Oh god, they're only 10 years younger than me. Fuck me.
Fuck off, are they?
Yeah, they're like late 40s.
I wouldn't have thought that. I thought they were like early 20s at most.
Oh no, when they started.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they started, they were like 20.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just looking at how old they are now, and I'm going like, God damn, they're like only 10 years younger than me.
This one.
Yeah, they were. Okay, Suffer and Pressure were
What the
both born in
fuck?
77. What the hell? Is that your
Is that-
girlfriend, Pat? Are you dating an anime girl now?
I think that's-
Is that a song you like?
That's the soundtrack to the serial killing.
I know.
No.
That's what he listens to so he doesn't hear the screams.
No, it's that. It's that.
What is that? Is that anime or
That
something?
looks like an anime girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So coincidentally, Suffer and Pressure were both born in 77. So they're both creeping towards 50.
They'd be close to retiring, let's be honest. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time. They'd probably want
Well, their last single was about quitting show business.
I haven't heard it.
It was pretty good, actually. Actually, maybe Laced Up was the last one. But anyway, it's like I'm a huge Hilltop Woods fan. But yeah, they've been going for more than 25 years. And here's the thing. I completely embrace that I'm old and it doesn't bother me. But what trips me out is when it's someone in the public eye and I find out they're 50 or 60 or 70, because I have them in my head as
younger,
what age they were when I first saw them, when they were 20s or 30s or whatever, but now they're 40, 50, 60. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's like when you look at Justin Bieber. Like, Justin Bieber was a kid when I was in my 20s, and now he's like, you're looking at it like,
yeah.
Fuck.
Early days of YouTube, he was a kid. Now he's in his 30s. Yeah, and I was like, Jesus.
Even you, really. When I sit there and think about like how long you've been doing it, and it's just like
18 years. That's a long fucking time. And because you're very old school. You were watching in the very early days. But and I do still get messages from people, and they go like, "Lol, I watched you in high school. I'm in my 30s now."
Because that's back when they had the messaging system on YouTube too. Remember, you used to be able to message on there and shit.
Yeah. It's more like comments on videos
Old
now.
videos now, yeah.
Yeah. So was it Loogie? You were sitting around listening to classical violin. Well, my stepdad was stunned you. I got no problem with classical music. Oh, okay. So you're a classical fan. Okay, neat.
I'll literally listen to anything if it sounds good. I really don't give a shit what the music
Yeah,
is, you know.
I mean, little bit of everything. Like definitely. So sorry. Speaking about YouTube music, that they'll do mixes by genre, and then there's one mix that's like, okay, this is just all your weird shit in one mix, and the spectrum on that. So we got modern stuff, like the Rubens, a Billy Bragg song from 30, 40 years ago, Manic Street Preachers from 20 or 30 years ago, a couple of contemporaries, 360, Alex Leahy, DMAs, but the Jam, that's entertainment, that's like 40 years old.
Yeah, I remember the Jam.
Nick Cave from like 20 years ago, Amy Shark, Amy Mann, Angus Julie Stone, there can Mumford and Son, Lime Cordial, whole bunch that's contemporary, AB Original, Thelma Plum. Then Third Eye Blind, that's 90s, that's fucking 30
He
years
just
old.
died, didn't he?
Who?
Singer. Was it him?
I don't know.
Let me have a look. I
Oh,
could've
nice,
sworn.
yeah. Who's that?
What's his name? I know. I could have sworn I seen something about him dying.
A pokey. Is that what you listen to, Pat? A pokey.
Yes. Yep.
J-pop. That's
Yep.
Yeah, my kids listen to J-pop and K-pop. They love that stuff.
All right.
Shit, I don't know.
The girl to pick here. It's pretty cute.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I might be wrong. I can't remember.
Yeah. But even you talk about classical people, they talked about they sold their soul to play it, because that's the he was the blues guy, supposedly met the devil at the crossroads and sold his soul to have the talent to play the blues. Robert something. Oh god, my brain's not working.
Yeah, you're old.
That, and you're right, Pat. That's it. It's because I'm old. I forget shit.
Yeah,
I literally, and that's why I don't have to remember anything or anyone's name. I'm not rude. I'm just old.
Yeah, gets that
Get
excuse.
over.
When I forget something basic and people go, "What the fuck? Why did you forget that?" And I go, "I don't know, man. I'm old." It's like,
Yeah, my dad. My dad's I have my dad find my dad play the cards the fine. My dad said, "Oh, look at freeze. You know, go that, gonna help, go that. You get it to dog. Yeah.
seriously, Pat, dig a hole for him. Obviously, he's gone in the head. Your dad.
Oh!
Next time you're digging a hole, dig one for your dad. Just
Look, Pat doesn't know how to dig holes. That's one of his alibis, man. He has no experience.
Yeah,
He just cremates.
I'm just flashing back to that, the TV series,
Yeah,
Mr. In Between, where he makes people dig a hole for themselves. I think Mr. In Between was based on Pat. This is what I'm saying.
That's weird.
Have you ever, Pat? Actually, because you love stuff, the TV series called Mr. In Between. It's on Foxtel or Binge.
Yeah.
You should.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah. Okay. You should. If you've got Foxtel or Binge, you should watch Mr. In Between, and you'll recognize. You'll go, "Oh, this is based on my life. This guy's just going around killing people."
That's got one of my favorite scenes. The dude's like,
Man.
I punched him, and he looks at him and goes, "Oh yeah, show me your hands." He goes, "No, I know how to box." He goes, "Oh really? bang, bang. I hit you twice, and I've been boxing for.
Yeah, look at my knuckles. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I am
guy
on that one.
again, because that guy who's the lead in Mr. In Between, like he wrote it, created the whole thing, and it's incredible. And you go, how has he never been in anything else? How does this guy get to 40, do one of the most amazing TV shows ever, and he's never
Yeah.
been in anything else? It's friggin' amazing.
That show, when you've been around certain people, that show is accurate on a level.
Oh yeah. No, he knows people. He doesn't have a criminal record, but he knows people.
I got a phone call. I got to jump off here, but it's been alright.
That's okay, man.
I'll talk to you all later.
All right, catch you later, man.
See you, man.
Oh my god, it's 12:30. Jesus Christ. Oh,
What?
sorry. Oh, neat.
Uh,
You posted the stuff in Discord. Let me see.
Hmm.
Oh, Jesus fuck. All right. Oh, the best of Paganini. Nice. I will listen to that tomorrow. Thank you for posting that, Loogie.
It's 4:24 now. Oh, no, look at that.
You know what? I feel like I'm gonna pour myself another little drinky before I sign off for the night.
Oh, man, get it out, Jordan again.
Discord. Oh my god.
Man, get it on die.
Ugh. Yeah, it kind of sounds like I'm dying, doesn't it? Oh, no, I'm dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Okay. Ugh. God, that's a bit fucking much. Oh, God. Sorry, as you get the other YouTube cocktail channels are doing a live stream about lunchtime tomorrow. It's Friday night for them, but it's like lunchtime tomorrow for us.
Yeah.
I don't know. Thanks, Loogie. One of the Paganini best ofs is 11 hours long. It'd be good to have in the background, though. I might actually put that on when I'm working one day next week. Just having some nice classical going on would be good, actually. All right. I'm going to have a little bit more of this. Just because I feel like I'm too sober. Okay? Pat's disappointed because I'm too sober.
No, you're not drunk.
He wants to tell his dad how drunk this old guy was.
Not my best friend. You're drunk. I'm not that easy.
You're a little bit drunk. I'm not as bad as I was, and I'm not as bad as I was last Friday because I did not have 2 freezer martinis. I only had 1. This stuff will put you over the edge really
No,
quick.
I saw that on Friday.
Yeah. Last Friday, I got a little bit messy. There's no 2 ways about it.
Yep, he's a go-go.
Definitely got a little bit messy last Friday. I feel like I'm a bit more together tonight. A bit more together.
Yep.
But I'm going to have a little bit of this. This is my clarified cocktail. This is all the stuff when my friend brought stuff over from the 1970s. That's what's in here.
Oh yeah, I saw that on the Tuesday. I saw.
That was on
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, no,
that
that guy's really cool. Dave, he does animation. God, now I feel like
That's
playing
cool.
the animation again.
Oh man, that again.
No, let's do it. What are we doing? We do this because I just think this is really funny. Be a man. Or, okay, the one I'm in. I'm in this one.
What? Yeah.
No, I'm one of the voices. This is an animation. You got to guess which one's me, Pat. Okay, I'm going to show this.
Now.
You got to guess which one is me. There's a few different characters in this.
It's easy.
Where are we? We do this. This is something I did for the Victoria Police. This is real.
Oh yeah.
As a member of the finest police force in the Southern Hemisphere, you are kind, caring, friendly. But there are those who will take advantage of your good nature. They're called criminals, and they want to be your mate. When you're a cop, association with criminals is a not good thing. And putting yourself in a situation where you are indebted to them is highly questionable.
When he said coppers get him free tonight, I should have said no way.
Getting a tat done at a bikie clubhouse might be fun and affordable, but it's wrong.
When he offered to shoot me up with a controlled substance, I should have asked where he got it. Food!
So what should I do if I find myself in questionable company?
Observe what your new friends are doing. Watch what you say around them.
And then the sergeant says, no, the Major Confrontations Unit is taking down the Japanese's clubhouse next Wednesday.
That's very interesting.
Learn whether they are engaged in criminal activity.
You're not a Japaneser, are you?
No.
And finally, stay away. Remember the example of Jerome, the policing owl.
Hoot! Hoot! Hanging with outlaws is an operational threat! Hoot! Hoot! Hoot!
Owls.
And the next time a criminal wants to be your mate, ask yourself, what would Jerome do?
No, it's hard. I don't know. It's so hard. I don't know.
So I was one of the coppers. AZ was one of the coppers too. You think I was the owl?
Oh, there's you.
I was the one. When he offered to shoot me up with a controlled substance, I should have asked, where did he get it? That was me.
No.
But oh god, now I feel like running AZ videos again. But I don't know. Maybe on Saturday night. If I do a stream on Saturday night, put AZ in a video to help fight crime. Okay. If you haven't, I feel like you maybe haven't seen this one, Raze. I'm going to show this one before I go to bed.
I do a bit fixate tomorrow.
Let me do the sharing again. Yeah. Just make sure it's there. Yep. Okay. Full screen. Watch this one. I'm not in this one. AZ is.
Oh. Okay.
So, you want to be a real man?
Probably not.
Real Aussie men do stuff like putting extra wheels on trucks, hitting things with other things, looking at wood.
That's a nice piece of wood.
A real man makes his own coffee table.
Good coffee table. Yeah, thanks. What's it made of? Cardboard box. Where'd you get that? I bought an IKEA coffee table, took it out of the box, looked at the box, box makes a better coffee table, chucked a bit of glass on it.
Right. All an Aussie man needs to make a coffee table is a bit of glass.
What'd you make it out of?
I was taking the old coffee table to the tip and I went, you know what? I could turn it upside down, chuck a bit of glass on it.
So it's the old coffee table.
Just chucked a bit of glass on it.
383 Holden SS1 300 kilowatt EFI long engine. H-beam rods, aluminium heads.
And you just chucked a bit of glass on it.
Bit of glass. Easy.
I'm just not good at making.
Start by making a steak sandwich. Work your way up.
I could buy a sandwich.
We're talking about male pride, self-sufficiency. What are you going to do when you're stuck in the outback with nothing but a knife and a giant bush pig is bearing down on you? You are useless.
Coffee?
AZ was the copper. AZ was the copper with the big mustache.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's just,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
that's good.
Yeah, that's how AZ talked to people, right? He's be a man. Oh, I love those videos. They're so funny. It's not like, you know, had all these talented friends. AZ, Dave, all these people. It's great. I know that was so fucking fun. Dave scripted that stuff. He is so funny. And he's really good, like artist, cartoonist, animator. He does really good stuff. And he really enjoyed being on the live stream when he had all the bottles. So hopefully he's probably going to come back because he really liked being on the stream. And we had fun just hanging around and talking crap. So might get Dave back sometime. That would be good. I've just got this kind of urge. Even just before I go to bed, find some weird AZ movie video. So many of the videos are so long. They're like over an hour long. Oh God, all the videos where I was really mean when AZ didn't have teeth and I was making him do tongue twisters because I'm just mean.
I tell you, you're the bad.
I'm a bad man.
You don't know that.
Let's try this. I've got an AZ. It's only 2 minutes. I just feel compelled to share this because AZ had a semi-cancerous infection in his jaw, which was killing all his teeth, and they eventually had to all be pulled out. And then he got some nice dentures, but there was a period where he didn't have teeth, where I made him do tongue twisters because I'm a bastard, basically. So is that ready? Yep. Okay, that's ready. Let's play this.
That one.
Trying to full screen it. There we go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's AZ. Thanks very much for letting me be on your thing. I have been sick for a number of months, and basically Angry has been very nice and let me back on the video, and I have had all my teeth removed for health reasons. Here you go. They're all gone. And I took them all out in the chair in 2.5 hours. That hurt quite significantly. Anyway, Angry has given me a list of words to say as my return video for you. And they are: free flies fly through the open fly screen. The thoughts I am having are about free theodolites in free cases. thoughtless, sensitive skin diseases, vagina, satanic shaman, sausages, jumbo sashimi shisha flavoured vegetable shapes, and finally, he thrust his fist against the post and still insists he sees ghosts. Thanks, Angry, for being so supportive in my time of recovery. This will be remembered and thought about by me for a long time. You are truly a wonderful human being. But mostly, thank you, audience, for being so brilliant and all of your kindness during my time off. Hopefully, I'll be seeing a lot more of you very shortly. Bye now. Bye. Say I love you. Bye.
That cracked me up so much.
Oh,
Oh
no,
my
man.
god.
That was cool.
He did keep that straight face. Oh my god. That fucking crack. I hadn't, like, when was that done? Sorry, I'm just going to go back and look. How many years ago did we do that? That's from 6 years ago. That's actually, that's from bordering on 7 years ago. That's from June 2017. And the joke, him saying, I made him say that, he actually scripted all of that himself. Oh my god.
I met that man. It was cool.
You met that man. He was a cool man, Pat. There's no two ways about it. He was a cool man. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I swear to God, I was cracking up so much watching that. Just his attitude and the way he radiated. God, now I want to do another one. Okay, a short one. Because most of the videos we did were really long. Let me see if I can find another short one. Well, it's all the ones where we were watching movies. All right, let me recheck. I like these deep and meaningful ones too, but I don't feel like doing a deep and meaningful one. I feel like just doing a. Oh, actually, no. This is AZ being super weird.
What? Wait, what?
Okay, I'm gonna share this. Oh yeah, you're right. Raze, he used to basically play like he was a kid, and I was evil and made him do stuff. It's like Angry said, "Do this, hit me in the stomach." I said, "Oopsie, that's..." Yeah, no, he would. The way he told stories was very funny. But this was a random one. I think he just did this when we were warming up for another video, and oops, no, that's the wrong one. What are we doing?
Oh, you got a big video.
Do this. This is less than 2 minutes. I'm going to do this before I go to Sleepies.
Hey kids, do you want to get your party happening with some sweet sounds? Why not try AZ singing ABBA songs he can't remember the words to?
Waterloo, Waterloo, things I'm gonna do. Whoa, 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 what things with and when the tambourine happy with Waterloo. Digging, 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 digging.
And it doesn't stop there. What about this one?
Mamma mia, with a thing again. La la, I'm gonna touch you.
And when you want to set a special mood, AZ has you covered there too.
Do you hear the things, Commando? Do you touch the heaven with your smiling Peter Grow.
Who could forget all these great hits? Apparently, Aidsy could.
You are the dancing queen. Something clean with a tambourine. Gigging, 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 gigging. Elfin sheen with a drawer full of silver. Whoa, 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 whoa.
You'll never forget a party when Aidsy can't remember ABBA lyrics, because if you let him in, he's never leaving.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that guy was so funny. Again, every time I think of him, it's like, it's really weird to think he's not around anymore. And it's been almost a year and a half. And it's just like, it's wild. Sorry, that was just so much fun showing that one. And that was just like, literally, we were just hanging out and we were warming up and he started doing this stupid ABBA stuff. And I went, no, we should make a video out of that. You doing that stupid ABBA stuff. I was just like, God damn. And that stuff would just come out with no warning. But, you know, we have the memories. We have the videos. You think that's a bathroom break video? I don't know. We're coming on one. I might go sleepy bobos.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you too, Pat? You gonna go sleepy bobos?
Yeah, well, I got a big day wrestling.
You got wrestling.
Yeah, on I'm gonna see The Rock.
Yeah.
Wrestling my friend, Bex Hutton, Big Dog.
All right. So you got a big day with wrestling.
Yeah, two big days.
All right. Oof. Wrestling weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow and Sundays, wrestling days.
Oh hell yeah! Wrestling weekend. Nice.
Yep.
All right. You got to give us updates on how the wrestling went when we catch up again. All right.
Okay.
I feel like sleepy bobos. It's almost 1 a.m. That's friggin' late enough. So thank you, Ray, Safa, Heine in the chat. Yeah, no, that video. Honestly, I love Pat's TikTok ones, but I have to be very careful that we don't get content matched with the music on them. But they were very good. They're on the Discord if anyone wants to see them. But I'm gonna sign off. Look, probably doing a Saturday night stream. We'll see. If you're on the Discord, I'll do a message if I'm not. But it's not a date night, so I'm probably doing a Saturday night stream. Probably not as long as this one, but you know, just fun, chill out, have a good time, all that sort of shit. But whatevs, you'll take care. See you another time.